My name is Andrew. I'm an author of a number of CCC adventures through the CCC program for AL, as well as grand total of one AL adventure called Stopped at the Gate, which I'm very proud of. The idea for this stream came out was the sort of the wrap up of the CCC program as it transitions into the new Dungeon Craft program. A whole lot of CCC adventures were kind of unceremoniously dumped onto DM's Guild altogether, which is great because so many of them finally came out after long delays and things like that. But the downside of that was some of them did not get the attention they deserved. So I thought, why don't we do a little stream and ask the authors of those adventures to come on and tell you about them and hopefully get you to buy them. It's kind of inspired by the Christmas markets and things that come around at this time of the year. And I invited anyone that would come on and they all showed up. Hence us having a grand total of 12, then 13, then 14, then 15 authors. And now we've kind of lost track of how many there are, but there'll be quite a few. So that's me. We are blessed to be entirely unsponsored. We can talk about whatever we like. We can promote whatever events we want, whatever adventures we want, whatever causes we want, and we probably will do so throughout. We'll also be giving away some tickets to the first running of TPK in 10 Towns. I don't think that's the right name, but that's what the folks in Unite the Factions are calling it. It's the new epic by Ginny Loveday and Connor Self, which is premiering later today. And we're actually gonna give the very first ticket right now as I introduce Amy. As you know, all the AL admins have extra life campaigns where they put up various certs and things like that. So this is gonna be a trivia question for you, and the first person to get it right in chat will win a seat at this afternoon's epic. Amy's extra life campaign features a very special and very hairy warlock patron based on an entity not quite native to the Forgotten Realms. If you can tell us in chat what the name of this entity is, you will win one seat to this afternoon's epic. And with that, Amy, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, thank you for having me, Andrew and Gary and Martine. I am Amy Lindesora, one of the community managers for the Adventurers League. If you are stumbling across this channel very early on well, it's not too early. The Adventurers League is the organized play system for 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons. So you have your D&D books, and you have the AL rules, which will allow you to act sort of as a like an overarching campaign. So if you don't have a regular D&D group, or if you travel a lot for work, you can go to any AL sanctioned game and take your character with you. And we have a lot of good times. We meet a lot of people. It's very exciting to finally see Martine's face after interacting with her on the internet. So I'm really excited to be here, and it's one of my favorite things to actually put faces with the names that I interact with so much on the internet. So going to events or seeing you all play on live streams or things, it's really exciting to be here. So thank you.
Awesome. Thanks for joining us, Amy. So Amy will join us for the first hour of the program as we talk to a few guests. Martine, would you like to introduce yourself?
So, hi, I'm Martine. I'm a teacher from Norway. So I don't know what this morning is you're talking about. It's 5 p.m. over here. And I have to agree that playing in Adventures League, being able to meet people from all over the world, interacting with everyone, it's so wonderful. Yeah.
Cool. welcome, and we'll get to your adventure in just a moment. But last but certainly not least, the man responsible for us actually being online and talking to people and not just the three of us is Gary, who is our producer. Gary, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, everybody. My name is Gary. I'm the editor at fortnerd.com and the host of the Cocked Eye podcast. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's really a great opportunity to meet some AL writers you may not have seen before or may not have seen their modules before because as Andrew mentioned, with the end of the CCC program, a lot of modules came out at the same time. So he wanted to give some prominence to these modules that you may have missed otherwise. So thanks to him for putting this all together. I'm just sitting here. He's the one making it look good. So I will periodically be chipping in with questions and just making sure that all these beautiful people are able to communicate effectively with you. So if you have any questions in the chat, please feel free. I have it open. And some of our creators and hosts are in the chat as well. So please do feel free to interact with us. It's part of what makes streaming live fun. So thanks very much, Andrew.
Okay. So with that, just in terms of the format, we're going to have each guest on with us for 10 to 20 minutes and talk a little about their adventure. With this being my first time doing anything like this, one of my goals, and hence why we have 20 people on, is to talk as little as possible and to let others talk about their things. Although I do have a pencil, because to be like American talk show host, you must throw a pencil, right? There we go. We have, on that note, we have a very global community now, for better or worse. Well, for the better for the community, for worse, part of the reasons of why. But we have people from 4 different continents joining us throughout the day today, with Martine being the first from Europe. With that, let's head into Martine's adventure. Martine's adventure is a tier 2 CCC called Finding Limerick. Do you want to tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, well, it was really great with the seeds that made it possible for us over here to write our adventures as well. So with everything moving online, we went together with Denmark and we made a Nordic online event, and we wanted our own modules there. So I connected this one to some previous adventures by using the same NPCs, really. And Lindrik is my favorite, so he had to get in trouble. Unfortunately for Lindrik, he's a compulsive gambler, which means that he sometimes gets in trouble a bit over his head. And this time he's been kidnapped to Stygia. His wife, Alyssa, she has tried to find him, but it's not that easy. So as a last-minute call, she simply summons the adventurers with a little bit of time pressure to find him before the ransom note needs to be fulfilled. And from there, it only gets colder.
Okay. So you said this was based on the seeds. This was based on one of the PipYaps seeds, right? From the PipYaps Guide to All of the 9 Hells?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the adventurers find themselves summoned to Stygia, which is one of the layers of hell. Yes. So how did you find sort of tying your adventure and this NPCs that you had, which is this basically elderly couple, and suddenly we're in hell?
Yes, that's always a challenge, isn't it? But it wasn't really that hard because the person he owed money is a local inhabitant there, so it makes sense to put him to bring him home to where his community is.
We borrowed money from the wrong person this time.
Apparently. So one of the things I wanted to do was to make it possible for the players to decide which pillar they want to focus on. I mean, the adventure will allow to play for all 3, pillars, but at the same time give some flexibility to how do you want to try the subtle way, or are you facing the troubles head on? So I actually got some inspiration from you there, Amy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I love that. I love having options because sometimes you want to hit things with sticks. Sometimes you want to have a little bit more finesse. And if you have a group that really enjoys role play, that's an awesome thing to be able to give them as options.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
one of the things I actually made when I was making my notes for this is like the branching paths at the start, which was one of the most interesting things in the adventure.
At the same time, it's like if you are a DM and you read a module and you don't want to be unprepared, or don't want to prepare all the things, you can decide for the players how they want to do it. You can take bits and parts that you like from one part and insert into the other. So it's written to be flexible and give. The DM can decide if they want to.
And it sounds like as a DM, you're not necessarily running the same adventure every time. Like it'll be different each time depending on which paths they take.
I have lost count of how many times I've DM'd it, and it's always different, either because the players make different turns or because I look at the time, I see, oh, we have time to put something else in here. Let's move this trap. And that's possible.
That's great. One thing I also noticed in adventure is you mentioned Dragon Chess and Three Dragon Ante, which is actual, very I guess Forgotten Realms specific games. So he had a gambling addiction, and you actually managed to incorporate these games into it. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
I just love mini games, like putting in fun things that you can do. You don't have to do them, but there's options to play mini games inside the bigger picture.
Mm-hmm.
I actually used Dragon Chess already in a previous adventure because that's Linrik's favorite game, so it needed to be part here as well.
I think that not only is it great to include things that are gambling, it's also nice to add something for characters who may have gone off the beaten path in terms of their proficiency choices. It's always nice to be rewarded for those characters. It's like, oh, I had a character. He was trained by this old wizard who loved dragon chess, which you don't ordinarily see in a module, but it gives those players who made that choice the opportunity to interact with it. So that's really cool too.
Mm-hmm. So you mentioned the previous adventure, which was Pharmacist Wanted.
Yes.
Is that where Linrik was first introduced?
Well, he is in two. I lent him to someone else as well. So he's in Pharmacist Wanted and Whale of a Tale. He makes a guest appearance.
Okay.
I love when like NPCs, you can almost like follow their story across adventures. Like you meet them in one, and then you help them in another, and then they pop up later living their best life, and you can like sort of check up on them and see how they're doing. So I like having continuing arcs with like the same people that you meet in your adventures.
And also both as a player and a DM, it's kind of an Easter egg when they pop up somewhere they're not supposed to be. Like, you're not in this adventure, why are you here?
And it makes it feel like when you connect adventures in that way, it makes it feel like the world is more real because these characters are there and they're living and growing. And when you're not there, things change. So it's nice to build that continuity, especially since we have the opportunity to do that.
Yeah.
Likely they are going to Icewind Dale, so
Yeah.
They'll
Are they going to show up in some dungeon crafted adventures?
Oh yes.
Okay, cool. So you mentioned that between the lending and sort of your cooperation with the folks from Denmark. Tell us about Nordic. Tell us about the setup because we have people from all over who may not know what D&D is like in Norway and Denmark. Tell us about how that works.
Denmark has a pretty big Adventures League community. Norway, not so much. So when we moved online, we wanted to make it more people. So we reached out to them. And then we said, oh, well, just include all the other Nordic countries and hope they find us. So it's been wonderful. It's a growing community, and we got people from all over the world, really, because we're not exactly just checking passports. But of course, the games are more in our time zone.
Mhm. Yeah, and we have at least one more Nordic member in Casper who will be joining us later to talk about his
Casper's
adventure.
great.
Yeah, look forward to talking with him. About this elderly couple that said this, I'm kind of jumping back and forth because that's kind of just how it's going to be. That's my level of professionalism.
You're in charge. You can do what you want.
Yeah, I can do what I want. Did you come up with these characters like in the beginning? Because you mentioned sharing the characters, and kind of what drew you to making these characters?
There's sort of a community effort, but very often the characters, they come to me when I play. Like, you start an adventure, you start building it, and you play test them, and then the characters come to life through interacting with the players. So the playtesters are the ones that influence the characters the most, because the way they meet them and face them, that's how they learn to react, and I describe them afterwards.
Okay.
That's smart. I really like that versus trying to like create a personality and pull it off and then not knowing how your players are going to react to that. I might have to steal that. I'll borrow it.
Please do.
Gently borrow it.
Yeah.
Well, they're lending them out. They're lending them out. Can anybody borrow them?
Probably, but just ask me first. I'll give you some background info on them, which is not yet revealed.
Oh, yeah. Mysterious. Ooh, I like that.
Secrets. I love it.
Yeah.
I find that's one of the sort of neat parts, and even through some of these other adventures that we'll be going through, there is reoccurring locations and characters that kind of come up again and again because people kind of communicate with each other and sort of like I said, they make the world feel alive, and rather like you said, they makes the world feel much more alive. Cool. Any other questions from the rest of our panel? Because I always feel like I'm talking too much, so I'm always going to be like, do you guys want to talk more?
Do you think that for Finding Linric in particular, it would be advantageous for people to play the preceding modules that have included these NPCs? Or do you think that Finding Linric can kind of stand on its own as a self-contained story that might be just benefited from playing the other ones?
It's a self-contained story. It works perfectly fine without knowing anything about the characters before. The DM is supposed to be able to connect with the people anyway. It's mainly like Easter eggs for the others. There is a bunch of NPCs present. They are in other adventures, particularly the Archon and the Conmar adventures. So it's more to as you said, give some more world, build a bit more. It's not just people you meet once and then never again. And one character, you meet them in Forest Song and in Finding Linric, and now they'll get their own DC.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
Do you plan to write like a little spotlight adventure for each of your continuing NPCs?
Hopefully they will get a little bit of spotlight, each one of them. So we have a file that our several authors share, and then each one of them will be connected to an author who will take some more agency over them. But right now, just a bunch of them are introduced, and we'll see which ones work best for which seed.
That's awesome. So like you almost have like your own little community of NPCs that can be written in as you need someone to sort of fill in the gaps, and then you could like flesh them out as real people.
And in Nordic now we have this cooperation, so people are working on different seeds. So if you're playing through the DCs, you won't have the same seed twice connected with Conmar at least.
That's very cool. That's much more organized than I anticipated from anyone in our community. So kudos to all of you.
Well, Amy, you have really low expectations. But
I always see
actually,
the worst of people on the internet sometimes.
Yeah. I actually agree. I think we probably have some people taking notes on this is how we should organize our stuff. Yeah, this sounds really good.
It's very difficult though, because many people look at the same seeds and they're like, oh, I want to write that one. But and having them look at the others and consider them. Yeah.
Cool. One last thing I want to ask about, because it's a thing I ask most people about, the maps in the adventure. How did you get those done? And
I went online. I found some free tools. I love pixel art, so okay. I made them. Just
that's awesome. They look so great.
Thank you. Yeah. It takes some time, and putting in, all the little rocks and pieces are. Again, it's about the environment and giving some feeling to the place. There's so much that you can't tell people without it taking too long to describe, and a map will show that so much faster. Like the distance, how far is it to jump off this ice flake? You can measure it on your map, particularly online. You just look at it and you measure it in a glimpse instead of asking the DM. So a good map speeds things along.
Perfect.
Absolutely. No, they're gorgeous. And having tried to make maps using some of the digital tools, it's hard, and it's time consuming. So well done.
Thank you. I tried 3 different things before I found the one I liked. So I'm like, okay, I'm sticking to this now.
Well, it looks great. Thank you very much, Martine, for joining us. Time flies by as it does. It was really great to chat with you about your adventure. We've posted a link in the Twitch where people can get it. And please, those of you out there, please support the authors, pick up their adventures, pick up Finding Linric. And if you like the characters, or if you want the precursor, pick up Pharmacist Wanted as well. And thanks once again for joining us. And
Thank you for having me.
Have a good
been great.
evening.
It's great to see you, Martine. Thanks so much for joining us.
I'm looking forward to watching you afterwards.
You can chirp us from the chat.
Yes. Oh God.
I will.
It's like, those questions were so hard. You're so easy on everybody else. The first guest gets the hardest questions. What's wrong with you?
Oh, thank you. You know what? To Gary's point, thank you so much for being first.
Oh yeah, but actually it's better. I don't have to compare myself with anyone.
Right? Amazing attitude. Thanks, Martine.
All right.
Bye.
So bye, Martine. All right. So we are going to be going to our next guest, and hey, look at that! It worked like I thought. Now, David is ready to join us. So let's bring him in here. Now, I am going to go to the list, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do this. Hey, there he is.
That technology.
We have David. Hi, David. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Ahoy, David.
Okay.
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
You are so festive, and I love it. I'm sorry, Andrew. I just had to get that out of the way.
Oh my God, it's Pikachu in a Santa hat. So I'm going to do something different for the introduction of David, because upon reading his adventure, I wanted to share with everyone the epigraph of the adventure, which begins the adventure. And I will read it out, and it goes something like this. Oh no, not the bees, not the bees. Oh, there's mice. And this is from the one and only Nicolas Cage, as seen in The Wicker Man. And with that, we welcome David Harmon, the author of Oh Not the Bees, a Tier 2 adventure.
Yes. Yeah, that was pretty much the only quote I could include as the epigraph for the adventure. There was nothing else that could possibly be more appropriate. But let me give sort of the elevator pitch of this adventure. There's this gambling ship called the Albatross, which has a lot of colorful people there as carnival workers and to man like the gambling stations on the boat. And you are tasked by the captain to defend a group of bees, just a hive of bees. They're completely normal bees. Stop asking questions. We, of course, need level 5+ adventurers to defend this completely normal group of bees. The boat sets sail on the moon sea. A whirlpool opens up that doesn't harm the ship, just parts the waters, trapping the boat on the bottom of the moon sea. Creatures start coming out of the water, attacking the ship. The passengers freak out. The carnival workers freak out. The bees freak out. The bees start stinging people. People have allergic reactions. The bees are not normal. Oh my gosh, what a surprise. And just chaos ensues. And that's sort of the pitch that I have for Oh Not the Bees.
That's kind of amazing.
Yeah, I'm...
No more questions, thanks.
Stream ends now. Sorry, everyone.
I'm actually like surprised every time I remember that this mod is on DM's Guild and AL Legal, that no one has stopped me. That through the process, some of the other designers that I worked with in a trilogy of sorts, of 3 standalone adventures all connected by the Albatross, that none of those other designers stopped me, that my editor didn't stop me, that the AL admins didn't stop me. It's now AL legal and on the site, and you could buy it. And I'm just absolutely tickled that this deeply, deeply silly mod is allowed to exist in the world.
I made Gritty a warlock patron. A lot of things can happen in the Forgotten Realms.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'm absolutely tickled.
That's delightful.
Yeah, it sort of came about of me and a couple of friends who we all play AL at our friendly local gaming store before the lockdown. And after AL night at the store, we would go to Denny's and just like eat breakfast until like 1 a.m. And in that sort of late night, revelry, we would have like ridiculous ideas for mods. And one of them was just like the idea of something you would consider a very minor threat, like a bumblebee being actually extremely powerful and giving even higher level adventurers a hard time dealing with. And we were just thought this was a very silly idea, and we loved it. And then we thought, why don't we like write our own CCC? And so a couple of us got together. We each kind of took one part of a trilogy, and I got the B one, luckily. And we just kind of went from there. We didn't really know what we were doing until Emily Smith joined as an editor and project manager for our team. And she did such an amazing job kind of whipping us into shape and getting all of our CCCs out the door that I kind of had to marry her. So now she's Emily Harmon.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
What are the other... I'm sorry, Andrew.
No, go ahead.
What are the other scenarios in the trilogy equally as absurd?
I think they're all very absurd, but they're also very much to the flavor of the author that made each of them. And they're in 3 separate tiers. So the tier 1 was written by Ian Gould, and his is a pirate-based adventure with a lot of like double crossing and like people who you think are allies are actually enemies, and people who you think are enemies our allies, and so it's I think ridiculous in that sort of double cross way. And then the tier 3 is written by John Thompson, and his is he loves combat. He'll tell you that, and he loves like high tier combat. So it's probably more ridiculous in just that it is a very like tactically meaty mod. That there's definitely use of the other pillars, and you can have a lot of fun in that way. But he will tell you that he was very proud of how the combats turned out in that mod.
Cool. So one of the things we were just talking about with Martine is this idea of borrowing characters and this characters making reappearance. This marks I don't know how many times it's appeared, but this is Dr. Jubal and his carnival, who we've seen at least I think in one AL adventure and at least a couple of different CCCs. Talk about the decision to use him and sort of how you found out how you did that.
I think Dr. Jubal as like a character is someone who would be a patron to something this wacky and whimsical. We have sort of our captain is one of the central repeating figures, Captain Prince Glipglop of the noble house of Glop, third of his name, ambassador to the prime material plane, is someone who is sort of a trickster and someone who couldn't have money. So we needed someone who like would invest in a ramshackle gambling ship that is clearly at any moment going to sink, either literally or in financial debt. And so we figured that Dr. Jubal was almost an excuse of why does this exist? How have this not gone completely up in flames?
I don't know, that boat sounds like a good place that we might find Linric. Was that his name from our Teens Adventure? Get some crossover on that gambling ship.
Oh yeah, the original idea was that the Albatross could kind of disembark or embark from any city in the Moonsea and then disembark in any city in the Moonsea. So you could use it as a connecting adventure between any two locations on the Moonsea. Eventually, we changed the destination to a city that we invented called Zuggeros, with plans and hopes that future CCCs would build out Zuggeros. I don't think that's going to happen now, but it's still, I think the adventures still stand on their own. It's only that you're now in a new city that we unfortunately weren't able to write content for.
Well, things may still happen. One thing I really liked in reading this adventure is, much like Martine used dragon chests and 3 dragon ante, you guys added a whole bunch of, or rather, you, I guess, added a whole bunch of carnival games. You want to tell us about some of those?
Yeah, so part of this was a collaboration between 3 writers and ourselves, and that we wanted, we were inspired by a lot of the Dr. Jubal mods that came before, and also one of my personal favorite mods, Pudding Fair, of just all these small games that have some sort of mechanical tie to them, but are mostly just fun to participate in. Of one of the ones that I liked was there's a painter, caricature artist, who will attempt to draw your likeness. And he has proficiency in painter's tools, but the DC to make a good picture, I believe, is 20 minus your charisma score. So that the more charismatic you are, the easier it is to like be inspired by a good painting and draw a good painting of yourself. But the less charismatic you are, maybe he draws a less than flattering image. And I just thought that was a cool idea of just people get now a painting of themselves. Maybe it's a good painting, maybe it's not.
Oh my God, that's so good.
Yeah, and there's plenty more like that. We wanted to introduce a carnival worker named Randy the Strongman, who's this really buff halfling who is just immensely strong. But and whenever I DM, I always voice him like Macho Man Randy Savage, of course.
Of course.
And so you get to sort of compete against him in feats of strength, and maybe he wins, maybe you win. But later down the line, you learn that he's allergic to bees, and he's been taking some magical muscle potions. And that the bee venom, this magical bee venom, and the magical muscle potions, and his allergies all mixed together in a way that is very unfortunate.
Oh no!
Yeah,
no.
He swells up. Yeah, he swells up from a halfling size small, to giant size huge, and just starts flailing around the ship in like just unaware of his surroundings, and you have to like calm him down and end his allergy situation before he completely destroys the ship.
That's amazing. So
I don't think I've ever seen a mechanic like that, which is amazing.
Neither had I, and I had to iterate through several cycles of how it would work, because it was just completely unknown territory for me.
That's the best place to be.
Yeah, it was certainly fun to kind of figure it out.
Right. Well, thanks very much for joining us. Your adventure sounds super amazing, and just that image of the sort of the waterfall around the ship, like in the beginning, it is so dramatic, and then of course all the wacky stuff that happens with the bees, and really enjoyed reading it. Folks out there, please pick up Oh Not the Bees. Please do a better Nicolas Cage impression than I do, which it wasn't so much an impression as just
an homage.
It was a thing that happened and doesn't need to happen again. Thanks very much, David, for joining us once again. And time is our enemy on these little things, and we have our next guest.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks so much for having me.
Thanks, David. It was great to hear Oh Not the Bees.
Andrew, weren't you saying that we needed to use that Twitch clip feature, right? And maybe just get your Nicolas Cage preserved.
Oh my God, no, please don't clip that.
Anything you do on the internet lives forever, Andrew. You should know this by now. So anybody who's enterprising can go through after this event is over. It will live on Twitch for about 2 weeks. You can go through and clip it, and if you don't, you can bet that I will. Paul's ready to join us. So let's say hello to Paul. I gotta figure out a way to do it so they're not ready to go. But let's see how it works out.
Oh my God, here we go.
Yeah.
Hey, Paul.
Hey, hello.
Can you hear us? Yes, we can.
Yes, I can hear you all. How are you?
We're great.
How are you?
I'm good. It's 12:41 a.m. right now here in Metro Manila.
Oh.
Philippines, yes.
So you're partying on a Saturday night with us here at the Mod Market Marathon. Well, thank you very much for joining us.
That's right. Yeah. Anything for Andrew and the AL community, so I'm here.
Well, that's awesome. Very, very happy to have you. I'm not doing any more quotes today because I found out people are watching. But really excited to talk to you. You've written a number of CCCs and a DC now, and one of my favorite adventures, which is A Dragon's Breath, which is run very, very frequently on my home server, Unite the Factions.
Yay!
It's a huge favorite. But tell us about Devil King High School Year 1 because high school is what everybody wants to re-experience.
Yes, of course. That's why you play D&D to re-experience high school, right? uh, Basically, when the seeds for, or when Pip Yap rules came out, so when we were given the opportunity to write an adventure set in the Nine Hells, I was like, all right, so it needs to be something serious. It needs to be with all these devils making deals, all that stuff, which I did in the on some CCCs. But then I was like, well, I was writing one day. I was like, hey, I'm doing this wrong. I watch a lot of animes, and there's so many Japanese high school tropes on those anime shows. And then how come I'm letting that opportunity pass me by? And I think the AL community deserves to have an anime high school adventure, and so I created one. I asked Ian Viernes, the artist for this adventure, and Philip Aitona, who is the editor, because again, since English is not my native language, he's the one who basically checks everything, grammar and all, and that makes me fearless in writing whatever I want. So you know what? I'll just all the mistakes that I have here. I'm sure Philip has my back, and then yeah, that's why we were able to create this adventure. Um, but yeah, you're here. It's a 2 hour adventure, but you get stuck in the Nine Hells if you accept the letter to join the Devil King School of Higher Learning, who are looking for new leaders in the Nine Hells. Um, and in this 2 hour adventure, you will be stuck in Minorus, the third layer of the Nine Hells, for 1 year. And so you start to comprehend, wait, it's a 2 hour adventure, but how can you be in Minorus in 1 year? How is that gonna flow? But I basically, like in most anime where you only get like 3 episodes or 12 episodes, uh, it's gonna be short. I basically follow that story flow here, where there's gonna be a high school festival. Of course, that's important. And why do all high school students, overpowered high school students in anime, go to the Nine Hells? Go to yeah, and basically because they want to get powerful or they want to change the current status quo. So if they don't want evil characters in the Nine Hells, if they perform good enough, they become powerful enough, they can change that. If they become the leader, they can replace Asmodeus. Probably Asmodeus is tired, wants to have a vacation. And then, you know what, let's get the brightest kid in the school, let him rule Nine Hells. And then, you know what, let me go to another plane.
What could possibly go wrong there?
Exactly. And that's why I wrote it.
I heard some people want to go there for the cool uniforms.
Yes. So the items that we have here in this adventure. So spoiler alert, there are some magic items here that you can get, and one of them is the uniform that doesn't get destroyed, or it fixes itself, so it mends itself basically, and it looks like the school uniform for Devil King High School. And there's another item here, a bag that holds a lot of stuff, right? And it looks like those typical Japanese high school bags, with that magical metal thing that kind of zips and closes the bag, right? So of course it doesn't exist in Forgotten Realms, but in the Nine Hells, you know, it's all free games, so it should be there. So it's supposed to be like that. I plan to write more adventures after for Devil King High School, where you can get more parts of the uniform. Like you can get a hat, you can get the boots, anything else that so you can have the complete set. And once you become like the top student of Devil King High School, at least you look the part. right? Or if it's the whole party, because you all look the same.
So if your character became the best student in Devil King High School and takes over from Asmodeus, does that mean they're no longer legal for AL play, Amy? Is that a ruling you can make on the fly here on our stream?
No, I'm not going to rule anything.
No, well,
I was
this is
told I'm
just
not an admin today.
right. Well, no, this is just a year one, so nobody actually knows how long it takes to graduate from Devil King School of Higher Learning. That's the correct term that we have here. So this is just the year one, and it's just for you to show if you're actually good enough to keep studying here. If there's actually a grading system that the dungeon master can use.
Oh, that's very cool.
That's right. So every time you role play, participate well, you communicate with other NPCs. There's a lot of NPCs here. So on the cover of this adventure, technically you can interact with all of them. Those are the top students of a year one class. So in this adventure, there are 7 class for year one, and each one of those have a top student, and the adventures are part of one class. So you get to know if you're the top student or you're the worst. You can be the worst, whatever you want. And the DM can grade that from role playing to combat if you want combat, to following the teacher, professors, wearing the uniform, and also if what's this? If you want to, you declare your goals. If you want to become the Devil King, or you just want to replace everybody that's here. So in the 9 hells.
Very cool. One of the things I saw when I was reading it is that there's an exam. Well, there's actually a couple of exams. But
Yes.
the first exam feels like a lot like selling a CCC adventure to people.
Yes.
It's all about marketing.
Right. So, well, you're in Minoris, and Lord Mammon, the ruler of Minoris, is concerned nothing but money. So here, if you want to excel as a high school student, then what better way to make money than participating in the school festival, right? So you have all these guests from the devils from the nearby cities, and then they will go to Devil King High School or School of Higher Learning, and you have to come up with an activity or an attraction. So are you gonna make a maid cafe, or are you gonna make a dance performance, rock performance? You relive your high school days, and then just go and then add add the devil setting there.
It sounds like redoing your high school days and hoping it turns out a little better.
Yeah, hopefully, or worse if you want to make your high school life worse. But yeah, and then once you created an attraction, there are these, as I mentioned, there are these top students from other class who will also do the same, and will try to make more money than you, because again, results here equals higher grades, or how you approach the activity means higher grades, and so on and so forth. So you're all graded based on everything that you do. And some of these guys, like for example, an NPC named Tony Gura, who is the top student for class 1 gluttony, purchased a Tarask, a dead Tarask, a freshly killed Tarask, and started roasting it for 10 days, roasting it to perfection, and basically adding all these spices, making the skin of the Tarask, like you can basically peel off part of its skin, and once you bite on it, the crunchiness, the oil, everything, the umami flavor, it's all there. And those are the students that you had to beat if you're gonna play Devil King High School.
I am surprisingly hungry right now. Like,
Right.
I never thought I'd be like, oh man, slow roasted Tarrasque sounds amazing. But
Right?
that's the thing that just happened.
Yeah.
Now, I
Uh,
have to ask, is this actually a 2-hour adventure?
Right. So it's a 2-hour adventure because in the first part of it, you're only required to interact with one NPC, but which is the school festival part. But since I wrote a lot of NPCs, you can interact with all of those. So basically, um all the encounters there are available for the dungeon master and the players. And if you do that, uh, definitely you're not gonna be able to finish it for 2 hours. I just put it there first, so that the replayability is available. But then I realized, hey, a lot of people want to interact with all of the NPCs. They just want to go with the guy who roasted the Tarask. They want to go with the guy with, the sporty half orc who created like a metal ring with a bouncing leather ball and wants, who scores a lot. So and it's all available here. We have a beauty pageant available. We have a tutorial session, because you have to be the if there's a Devil King, you want to be like the most beautiful person in Devil King High School. So it's all there.
As someone who once had a makeover montage in one of their D&D sessions, I highly approve of this beauty pageant.
Yeah. And of course, since it's happening in the Nine Hells, there might be, some things that might be going behind the scenes that will make sure the adventurers will not win it, or will not earn a lot of money, and so on and so forth. Yeah.
So one thing I do have to ask about, even though it's not directly related to the adventure, is that your any medal behind you?
Is that? Why, yes, it is.
It's funny how it just happened to be in the view of the camera.
Why is it there? I mean, of course, not planned at all. I mean, like, who would do such a thing, right?
So for those who don't know, Paul's one of Paul's previous adventures, Stygia Untamed, was recognized was an Emmy Award,
Oh,
which
congratulations!
I guess that is a medal for.
Thank you.
Yeah, so congratulations.
Yeah, but I actually have this cabinet as my D&D cabinet, so I have nothing, nowhere to place the medals, so just there. And if it's gonna be seen on camera, just make it look pretty as much as possible.
Yeah, well, it's it's something worth showing off.
Yeah. I'm glad you didn't see the druid spear with the skull of that's whatever this is. Yeah.
He says as
Nobody
he
needs
shows
know
it to everybody to make sure they didn't miss it.
Yeah.
Came prepared.
Yep.
Well, thank you very much, Paul, for joining us to talk about Devil King High School. I know you have a couple of other adventures coming out. I know you just released a Dungeon Craft adventure. What was that one called?
That one's a Wolf Whisper. So that one's in set in Icewind Dale with the talking animals, talking about the Crimson Star. So if you're interested in that, I'm supposed to write. That's gonna be a 16-part adventure. That's a really big thing.
Only 16?
Only 16? Yeah, I know, right? I can't talk to you about that, but I'll try. We'll see. So at least I have that goal in mind. If it happens, then we'll see each other again.
Yeah. Well, I guess if we do this again, we could just invite you and talk to you for 16 segments.
Very good.
Thanks so much for joining us, and from Manila in the middle of the night. But we appreciate it, and it's great for us to have your community contribute so many amazing adventures to us. So
yeah,
everybody's playing,
we're
and
getting
loving.
more. Yeah, we're getting more writers here publishing in DM's Guild. So I hope that continues to happen as you see more of it. And this kind of stream is actually helping us writers with that. So thank you very much for spending the time with me and all other CCC writers. Thank you.
That's awesome.
Thanks so much for
Lovely
joining our party,
talking
Paul.
to you.
Bye.
So before we take a super quick break, I also want to thank Amy for joining us. Amy, I feel like the time has passed like super quickly.
Yeah.
Is there
I'm all
anything you
set.
want to talk about before you sign off? Anything that's near and dear to your heart, relating either to writing or anything else?
Just my deep appreciation for all of the writers in the community. I've written 2.5 adventures, and it's hard. And so seeing how so many people embrace it and are able to create these characters and these adventures and these worlds, I have nothing but like so much tremendous respect and admiration, because I can come up with ideas, but putting them on paper in a way that makes sense to other DMs is so hard. Following the mechanics, and it is just not in my skill set. Some of you are so good at it, and even if you feel like you're not good at it, if you're publishing on the DMs Guild, that is a major accomplishment. So I'm very proud and appreciative of all of you who are contributing to our community in such a positive and creative way. Like every time there's like I see the banner change on the DMs Guild, I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. So I think there's like the Dungeon Craft program only launched like, I don't know, Time's a Construct like a month ago.
Yeah.
And there's already like a dozen at least Dungeon Craft adventures posted. Andrew, being what, it took you 2 weeks?
Yeah, which I thought was fast, but then when I went back to check, when they launched salvage missions, somebody already had one up in 8 days. So I felt like I was
Slacker.
It's incredible. I am just the fact that y'all are taking the program and sort of running with it and making new and creative things. My hat is absolutely off to all of you, because I'm like, this is hard. I don't like doing it. So I appreciate being able to enjoy the fruits of everyone else's labors.
Well, we appreciate everything that you do for this community, and on literally a daily basis, at all times of day, we see you interacting with everybody and trying to help everybody who reaches out to you or who doesn't, who just needs help. We very much appreciate that, and we're really happy to have you as our voice to the powers that be. Thanks so much for joining us today.
All right. Enjoy, everyone. Have a good day.
See you, Amy.
Bye.
Yeah. And we're going to take a 2-minute break on the stream, and we will come back with Jenny Loveday and a few more authors.
See y'all soon.
Couple of minutes.
We are
Sorry,
back.
that has taken us a little bit more than 2 minutes, but we had a couple of minor technical hiccups, but we have everybody with us now. Joining us as one of our co-hosts, guest hosts, is Jenny Loveday.
Hello, everybody.
who'll get to introduce herself in a moment, and Robbie Pleasant, who is the next author who we'll be talking to. I'm Andrew. He is Gary. She's Jeannie. He's Robbie. Ginny Loveday is probably needs no introduction. She's quite well known in the AL community. She's a guild adept. She's the author of one of the recent Dreams of the Red Wizards adventures. And I'm not saying its name for a good reason. And she's also the co-author of this season's second epic, which is premiering in just a few hours from now with Unite the Factions, which I will be running. The reason that I didn't want to mention the Dreams of the Wizards adventure, which I've mentioned twice now, is because, as you know, we're giving away some tickets to that aforementioned epic. So the first person who puts the name of Ginny's Dreams of the Red Wizards adventure into our Twitch chat will get a seat at this afternoon's epic.
Oh, I know the answer.
Oh, do you want to join? Because you can
right now,
make it easier.
When you introduce yourself right now, don't give away the answer.
Okay.
Go.
It's got a number, but I don't think you need the number. I think you just need the name.
No, you don't.
Well, the number's 4, because I'm helpful.
Is it? Today's
number is 4, and it's brought to you by the letter
B.
Oh, I don't like B. No. That's just a random letter.
Yeah.
But anyways, hello everybody. As Andrew did actually a wonderful introduction. I don't really know what else to say about myself. Best-selling author on the Guild. I host co-host a podcast with my amazing co-host Paige Lightman, the D&D Roundtable. I also host a show on my Twitch channel, Twitch TV Jenny Loveday, called The Designer's Den, as well as I help produce a couple of other shows, including Jeff Stevens' Jeff Talks RPGs and the Baldman Games Baldman HQ. But I am super excited to be here today because one of my actual passions is helping people get started creating content. So, Robbie, thank you for being here.
My pleasure.
Because you're the actual star of the show right now,
Yes.
So you wrote an adventure, and I haven't actually read it yet, but I've skimmed it, and I'm actually super excited about it because it's I didn't write it, so I'm always excited about it. But why don't you tell everyone a little bit about your adventure? And is this actually the first one you wrote, or?
The second, actually. So I've written 2 mods so far. The first one, Clever, is not the one we're talking about today, but I hope people enjoy that as well. The one that we are here to talk about is Where Can She Be? I know you guys just had Paul on. He won the gold Ennie this year, and I won silver. So it's the first runner-up mod for this year's Ennies. And it is basically, where in Faerun is Carmen Sandiego?
That was what I got from it, and I was like, "Ooh, we're going way back to my childhood. I like this." Go ahead.
Yeah. So it's funny because David Harmon, who was on just a little bit earlier, he was talking about how in their CCCs they wanted to do this thing where the ship could go to any different cities, and I'm like, "Oh, we have Robbie on, and he actually wrote into his mod the ability to incorporate all these different cities
going around." Yeah.
You want to talk about that?
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that it never played the same way twice. That way you get a lot more replayability about it. And you also have to, figure out where Carmel Santiago went. You can't just go, okay, I played this before. She's going here, here, and here. You actually do have to, find the henchmen. And it can be different henchmen as well. Get the clues, and the clues can change. Then you got to piece those together to go, oh, okay. She went to Hillsfar. I know this because I have been there before, and I remember how xenophobic the city was. That's our next stop.
Ooh, so you've managed to get a lot of replayability in there, and it actually almost sounds like kind of incorporated one of my favorite games, Clue, in that every time you do it, you start with a different packet of right answer. Carmel Santiago, traveling around the Moonsea, because you were still doing Moonsea stuff then. So Was Carmen Sandiego like one of your favorite shows growing up too? Is that your inspiration here?
So Carmen Sandiego, when I was growing up, was the show that was on right before Inspector Gadget.
Okay.
But watching it at that time meant that I would always catch the theme song done by the amazing Rockapella. So
Mhm.
even now, I love that theme song, and it's so easy to get stuck in my head. That kind of gave me the idea of doing something, Carmen Sandiego based in D&D. Um, so eventually that just led to, okay, how would I make this work in a CCC? Traveling to the different areas around the Moonsea, following the clues, finding the henchmen, getting the warrant. You actually get the warrant early on, so forget about the warrant part. And of course, you need Rockapella. It's not Carmen Sandiego without Rockapella. So in this case, I came up with Rock, spelled R-O-C, giant D&D bird, Capella, and it is an all Kenku bardic troupe that speaks entirely in song lyrics.
Amazing.
I kind of hate it already. I love it. Oh god. I don't know. I have friends that I definitely can't run this for because that would be we would derail the whole thing just going off on this talent hunt to find the Kinkus who are able to perform in the band.
Oh no, the Kenku are there, but they need an opening act. You guys are the talent.
Oh my god. Not us though, right? Or
No,
us.
no, certainly not me. I can't sing.
Definitely, definitely, you can all look forward to us singing in the next segment, right? To help to play Robbie out. Yeah.
Yeah. So we were going to do this set the scene segment. Is this what we're getting at, or were you going to do another piece?
Oh no, I'm going to do an
singing
entirely
might not be great.
Yeah, the rock capella scene, when I wrote it, I really wanted to make it so that if you're playing around a table, the players get bonus points if they actually try doing something a cappella. But of course, then COVID happened and everything moved online, so I haven't been able to do that yet. But I've got a few of my bardic characters that I've been waiting to get someone to run that adventure for me once people can play in person, just by organizing everyone to sing it, properly a cappella.
And they can all do the acapella. Jenny D just released Carol of the Spells. It's perfect.
Oh, there you go.
So when you were designing this adventure, you started with the idea of Carmen Sandiego as your inspiration, but when you're actually doing the mechanics for having the henchmen appear and going to different locations, how did you come upon the final decision on how that would all work?
Basically, I wanted to get it somewhat close to how the old video games were played, where you travel to the city and find the henchmen and find clues about where to go next. So in this case, I wanted to come up with a bunch of different pun names for the henchmen, and I actually got some help from that. I, put special thanks to all the people who come up with the pun names in there. And then it's just a matter of, okay, what are the cities that players would know? And of course, there's the main ones around the moon from the first few seasons of Adventurers League, and then there's popular CCC locations. Then I figured, okay, what are the landmarks in there? What would be stolen from each of those places as well? Where would people recognize that we can get something fun out of? Then it's just a matter of basically leaving it to the DM and saying, hey, here is the city, here are the henchmen you can choose from, here are the clues that could lead to another city. So like the Laughing Goblin Inn in Flan is a pretty well-used location. So I figured, okay, who would be there? It's a tavern. There's usually gambling going on. Did I have a gambler name? Yes. High Risk, Low Return can be found at the Laughing Goblin Inn.
I love your character names. My favorite one is a wizard named Tax C Cab, who provides teleportation services.
Yep.
You and my friend Aaron would get along very well. He has a cleric of the Joaquin called Buy Low Sell High.
Oh, I love it. That's great.
Huh.
Just a nominal fee for any clerical services. But no, you absolutely, like the pun names aside, which is going to be a selling point for a lot of people. Just like the having the flexibility there with the clues in the city and being able to kind of flesh this out with as much or as little lore as you want from the Forgotten Realms, which is very lore rich, to kind of help your players kind of immerse themselves in the world and get involved in each of the locations they visit. Does make this a very unique kind of adventure, because if they really want to stay in one place and do some stuff, like you can make this a long adventure if you want. So like that's actually one of the things when I went through it a little bit, like that was what kind of stood out to me, is that like you can go through this in the prescribed time, or you can really just like make it your own adventure. And yeah, so after you got not done naming all of the henchmen, how did you come up with the individual clues to lead each person? Like, how did you decide what was notable enough from each city?
That was just a matter of, first, I've played through most of these adventures. What do I know about these cities?
Mm-hmm.
Like going back to Hillsfar, what would I say that would connect things to Hillsfar? Like, oh, they have the red plumes. Carmel Santiago wears red, of course. Well, in this case, she wasn't too fond of their military force, but she does like their fashion style. Those red uniforms are very fancy.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Or, oh yeah, she's a half-elf, so they wouldn't have let her into the city, a few months ago. There's a clue right there. So there were other cases where I didn't actually know too much about the CCC-centric cities. Sorry, I can adjust my camera a little bit.
It's okay.
So in that case, I just did some research. Okay, what are some of the more popular adventures set in the city? What are some of the bigger ones? What clues can I get from that? So like from Melvant, I drew upon some other CCCs where there was this portal to Mechanus that opened up in there. So that's the clue. She wanted to, hop by Mechanus. So players would have to go, okay, wasn't there that adventure I played where that portal appeared? Yeah, where was that? Dang it, it's on the tip of my tongue, but the DM didn't quite tell us much about the city. We'll have to find another clue.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's very cool. What I want personally to know more about is the world famous Faerunian game show called Adventurers Arguing.
Oh, you mean
oh my god, I forgot that was there.
Oh, I think that's a good segue to the segment that we're going to try playing.
Aha.
So, does everybody have their character ready?
Yes.
We do.
Yes.
So just for those watching, we're gonna do a little segment called Set the Scene, where we each have a character and a die, and we're just gonna play for like 5 minutes. And Robbie's gonna set the scene for us.
All right, so to set things off, you've been chasing Carmel Santiago around the Moonsea. You followed the clues, and the latest henchman has led you to this location, a magical workshop that apparently a powerful wizard who she hired is working at. And as you open the door, a bright flash floods your eyes. The next thing you know, you're standing on an illuminated stage behind a podium. Before you is an audience filled with familiar faces. Friends, family, fellow adventurers, and oddly generic people appear in the audience, all cheering wildly. A light shines down on the stage, and a brightly dressed man appears. Ladies, gentlemen, and everyone else, the man declares, welcome one and all to Pop Quizum's greatest game show. If our brave contestants can clear our challenges, they'll win the grand prize, the clue to Carmel Santiago's location. All right, brave contestants, thank you for volunteering. Now, first of all, let's get to know everyone. Please, tell the audience who you are.
You see a very nervous-looking, obviously a goblin standing there, and he just kind of looks at you, holding his little dagger. Blam! Foul magic! I was just in Waterdeep. I'm Blam Lightfoot.
All right, Blam, welcome to the show. First time player, first time watcher, fan of the show?
I have no idea where I'm at, so yes, first time.
All right, welcome, and let's move on to our next brave contestant.
I'm Flip. Flip the Bard. I'm a goblin as well. I don't know. Are we cousins,
I'm
maybe?
not a goblin. I'm a halfling.
Oh, well, yeah, I'm a goblin. And, yeah, weird stuff happens to me all the time, so I can't even say that this is like the weirdest thing that's happened to me this week.
All right, Flip, welcome to the show. And last but not least, we have.
The shortest member of this party is a kobold in a very fancy bardic hat with a little feather. I am Talderax. In my warren, I was first best dragon chess player, so I expect to win.
All right, well, let's see if you guys can do it. We have 3 challenges. You can choose any one of them. We have Adventures Arguing, Name That Hero, and the Dungeon Run. So,
Ooh, dungeons. Blam is good at dungeons.
all right, well, let's go ahead and start with Blam Them. Which of the challenges would you like to face?
Let's do the dungeon run. This sounds great.
All right, the Dungeon Run. And he claps his hands, and part of the wall just vanishes. The 4th wall, actually. It completely
Oh.
There is this large dungeon area ahead of you. Welcome to the Dungeon Run. If you can make it to the end of the dungeon and reassemble the golden idol, you will win points for your team. Blam, are you ready?
Yes.
All right, then begin the Dungeon Run. And as you take off, you see that right ahead of you is this oddly shaped hole in a wall that you can probably fit yourself through to make it to the next area. Give me a dexterity save.
All right. Dexterity save. Oh man, I got a good one on that one. It's a 1.
All right, you run face first into the wall. Would you like to burn your inspiration to get through?
Yeah. No, Blam is not giving up at the first challenge.
All right, you quickly pull your way to the hole in the wall and squeeze your body through. There is a long corridor ahead of you leading to a wall with a ladder at the end. Actually, not just areas for climbing.
Okay. I don't need a ladder. I can climb up anything.
All right, well, you probably should have checked the floor first. Give me a dexterity save as a pit opens up beneath you.
All right. Can do an acrobatics to like do a nice leap over it.
Not when you've already triggered it.
Oh my goodness. Okay, fine. I can do better this time though. Oh, I did much better. That is a 22.
All right, you quickly catch yourself on the ledge and pull your way over to the wall. Give me an athletics check to climb through and fit through the little hole at the top.
Oh, athletics is not Blam's best. 12.
12.
But I'm tiny, so it's fine, right?
You know what? It's DC 13, but for the sake of this part, you squeeze your way through, and now you're in another hallway with spikes shooting out of the wall at timed intervals.
Oh, goodness. Oh, press my back against the wall for a little bit while I figure out what I want to do.
You can give me perception to try and get timing of them, or acrobatics to just try and dodge.
Let's see. Some perception, so I got a 24 there.
Okay, with the 24, you get the timing figured out. You can now roll acrobatics at advantage.
Oh.
Let's see. I'm pretty good at acrobatics. Let's see. So, high there was 17.
All right, with that, you dodge the oncoming spikes and make your way around the corner where you see a hallway with 3 skeleton guards patrolling it. Please give me a stealth check to sneak past the skeletons.
Oh yeah, I'm too short. They're not even gonna notice me. Too short. That's a 14.
With DC 13, you barely managed to pass them. And at the end of the hallway, you see this golden idol broken into 3 parts. Give me an investigation check to figure out how they fit together.
Yes. This is my challenge. That is good. That's a 21.
All right, you figured out how they fit. Give me a sleight of hand to assemble it.
Because this too. That is all 22.
All right, you reassemble the golden idol, and the crowd goes wild. You are teleported back to the podium as a point appears on the board. Congratulations, you have cleared the dungeon run. All right, who do we have next? Let's see.
In the interest of time, mainly Ginny's, but also everybody else's, because I just want to, we're probably going to cut the segment short there. Tell us what happens after as we go through all these challenges in the adventure.
Oh, absolutely. So that was the Legends of the Hidden Temple style challenge in Pop Quizen's Greatest Game Show. As you mentioned,
it wasn't charisma based at all.
There's
It was
also
great.
adventures arguing so that one was actually made from a survey of over 200 D&D Adventures League players. So all the answers here are Family Feud style questions based off what people have actually said. So some of the questions here are name a monster you'd like to fight the most, or something you'd want to bring when fighting a lich, or some of my favorites, monsters whom the bard will seduce every time, followed by monsters who will seduce the bard every time.
Owlbear for both of those.
Not owlbears, actually.
Stand.
Well, I think they probably need something with a slightly higher intelligence score. Maybe,
I
the
don't
ability to
know.
a good bard values consent, and an owlbear cannot provide it if it can't speak a human language, or humanoid
That's true.
language.
That is true.
That is a
Consent.
good point. All right.
And then there's Name That Hero, which is basically Jeopardy-style questions. This former adventurer now spends his days running his tavern in Waterdeep, best known for its
Durnan.
intro with the Underdark.
Who is
Durnan,
Durnan?
yeah. Who is
Who is
Durnan?
Durnan?
You gotta
Yep.
you gotta make it a question.
All right.
Oh, that's good. I like that.
Yeah, this sounds amazing. I think people would really enjoy this and all the effort that put into calling all those people. I'm sure that's not the only reason it won any, but I'm sure it contributed to it.
I think
I'd
it's
have
just
to
like
think so.
the uniqueness of it. It's definitely very fun, lighthearted.
That's one of the bonus objectives, but I have to hope that people will, use that pretty much every time.
Yeah,
The
I
other
know
bonus
I would.
The
All right.
other bonus objective is a thinly veiled Lupin the Third cameo.
All right. Thanks very much, Robbie, for joining us. Time, as I said, is our enemy, as we have our next contestant is waiting to theme it to your game show. But thanks very much for coming to talk to us about Carmel San Diego. It sounds amazing. I hope all the folks out there pick it up if you haven't already. I know I already had a copy by the time this rolled around, but yeah. Thanks
And
so much. And
We've got a links to all of the things available for sale.
yes, we have people doing that.
So pick it up. You get a discount.
Yes.
Thanks, Robbie.
Thanks, Robbie.
Thanks for having me.
All right.
Alrighty.
So next we have Casper, who is awaiting us. Right. Casper, here we go.
Casper, who is here, talking about this adventure that has. There's Casper.
Ahoy,
Hey guys.
Hey,
Hi.
Casper, how are you?
I'm fine, thanks. It's getting a bit late and dark and wet and cold here in Denmark. And
Oh my
northern.
God.
So, but it's
It is a Saturday night party here at the Mard Market Marathon. Thank you for joining us from Denmark. We really appreciate it. We're looking forward to hearing about your module.
Yep.
Yeah. And I have to try this because I wanted to try saying your last name, so I will, and I apologize in advance. So Casper Kirkter Polanius.
Yeah, that's actually as close as I also get it at work. So that's very fine.
Okay.
And
All
don't
right.
challenge me in your last name, Andrew, because I'll just fuck it up.
It takes a while.
Yeah, I guess so, right?
It's spelling it that's trickier.
Yeah, exactly.
So, welcome to the Mod Market. Tell us about your Tier 1 adventure, Helping Hands.
Yeah, well, Helping Hands is essentially the story. It's all in the title, really, about helping out unlikely allies, recognizing that maybe what you have to offer might not seem as much, but it might in the end actually be what is essential to basically everybody else. It's a story that very much focuses. Well, let me put it in another way. The game is called Dungeons and Dragons, but there are neither dungeons nor dragons in the module. Instead, there is an experience in trying to expand your view on other people and others, other NPCs as it is in the module at least.
And it's a very role play heavy adventure.
Indeed,
and it's kind of one where it appeals to like the goodness of your heart. Try to find a mysterious illness has kind of broken out, and kind of takes me back to like some of the classic stories, like, oh, there's a really bad illness, we're doing the whole Iditarod because we got to go get medicine, and everyone has to chip in and be kind. So yeah, what was the inspiration behind this adventure?
Well, it's of course it's this is also a discussion I had with a few other DMs who read the story. Oh, is it COVID? Is it Corona? Won't people just be sick and tired of focusing on illness all the time? But I have to say, and I also put a blurb in the module about it. No, it's not really Corona. The idea for this came way before anybody had heard of Corona. So the inspiration, and we actually have to go all the way back to, I think, 1979, 80, 81-ish. There's well, I guess he was a bit more than upcoming at the time. Movie maker Steven Spielberg, he created this movie called Extraterrestrial, and that's actually where the inspiration to the module comes from. I'm trying not to give too much away from the module because I think that would be a shame.
Yeah.
Because there are kind of 2 or 3 turning points that will hopefully at the very least surprise the players. But yeah.
Yeah, no, one thing I noticed to Jenny's point as well, and yours is two of the first sort of key things that you encounter is peaceful people who are not always thought of as peaceful, and then a peaceful creature which is not always thought of as peaceful. And it's all this sort of kindness and helping people that Jenny kind of touched on, which was like
not making the worst assumption about someone based on what you've heard.
Exactly. Yeah.
It very much came across, yeah.
Yeah, and that is well, it's one of the core rules here in our house. That's the way we try to raise our children, at least. That is that remember that everybody has a backstory, and remember that everybody's trying to do their best to be whomever they are. So we also try to inspire them to do the same and be the same. So for me, it was a natural, at least for this specific story. It seemed to fit the theme very well. That it's not really a matter. It's not always a matter of fighting dragons, fighting bugbears, fighting demons, or whatever is being thrown at you. Sometimes you have to fight your own prejudice. And that was kind of the offset or the stepping stone for creating the actual story. The overall arc was there quite easily from the start. So it was just a matter of plugging in the different elements and making them work together.
Very cool. And you had some tie-ins in the adventure to the Lost Tales of Myth Draenor.
Yeah, that's right. As a DM, I've been an Adventures League DM for 3 years now, and something that I miss very much is that those story awards that are handed out in at least in the earlier seasons, that they will be reused or you will have some references or some advantages from them going forward. I've far too often experienced that. Well, you get the story award, but you can't really use it for anything. So I figured, hey, this is given that you come across. Okay, I'm going to dive just a tad into the story, and you get to meet some of the some of the creatures from Cormathor that you might have met previously, for instance, specifically in Lost Tales. So to me, it made sense to give the players the advantage that if they had played at least certain parts of Lost Tales, then of course they could draw on that bonus that they would get from that story award.
Very cool.
I was a huge fan of the story awards too. So I do like that you've managed to incorporate that, bringing it back a little bit with the Eberron stuff and the Dreams of the Red Wizards doing legacy events. So I feel you on that. I like having the interconnectedness of the stories and feeling like, your choices matter, which I think is actually like a really core component of this adventure here. Your choice, especially in your behavior and how you choose to behave, it certainly matters. And like as you go on through it, like people are going to remember who you are, how you behave, and that's kind of going to influence like how they feel about you. Like you don't want them to make their first impression wrong either, because that could just
Yeah, I think for me it should give the players this sensation of actually having achieved something before that
Mhm.
they can draw on later, right? That things will be better for them because they have been helpful previously. So overall, this perspective on helping, being helpful, is kind of a red thread between across the story.
Um, One question I was going to ask you, but now I don't know because I know you don't want to give too much away. Do you want to talk about the gray orcs and where that lore came from?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yes.
Well, I felt that I needed to find a good way to introduce an otherwise well-known malevolent beast, um, or race, but kind of twist them into something more benign. And well, I flipped through the lore and through the books, and I stumbled upon the Orc Wars, and I found that, well, that's an interesting story. And well, I found something about the Grey Orcs, and wow, they were a fierce race of orcs. And but what happens over the course of a couple of thousand years, from the Orc Wars and then up until now, where this story takes place in the late 1400s? What would have happened to the Grey Orcs in that meantime? After all, they got their well, they didn't. Let's just say that they didn't win. Okay, they were
No, they did not.
they were eventually routed, and spread across actually across the. If I remember correctly, it was around the Thay area. And well, this particular tribe, called the Greylings, they're actually named after one of my cats. That's just a tiny anecdote. We can take that some other time.
No, that's great.
Yeah, the Greylings. The Greylings settled in the mountains of the Mara. Actually just east of the Moonsea area. And eventually, this is a story that will be covered eventually in other modules on DM Skill, I hope, at least.
Okay.
The story of the Grey Orcs and this Greylings tribe, how they travel around the Moonsea in chase of, well, not something but more someone. Just to kind of dip your toes into it. One of the orcs decides to go in search for knowledge, and he disappears. Well, he goes some funny places for an orc, but he actually has kind of this traveling theme across him. His name is Traveling Mac. Actually, no, yeah. Well, there's a little bit of Fraggle Rock in there. But the Greylings themselves, and in particular, as you can see on the touch screen, you can see the chieftain Darsuk. He can see that his days are getting shorter. To put it poetically, life is coming to an end for him, and he needs his tribe to well, on one hand, find a traveling Ma'ak, but also go back to Damara, where they've spent so many years, so he can spend his final days in what he considered home. Yeah. So the story of these Greylings, at least this tribe, is that they've turned things around after the Orc Wars. They've spent years and years trying to get a different perspective on life and trying to understand life around them, rather than trying to tell them that to tell their surroundings that what they were doing were right. Maybe right is not maybe right is actually more what you think how you perceive things, rather than what is actually right. And they have, and the thought behind the Greylings is that they just figured out that maybe that's not how it's supposed to be. Maybe what's right for you is right for you, and what's right for me is right for me, and that's okay.
Everyone needs to kind of do their own thing.
Yeah, exactly. Sort of kind of, well, my wife called them hippie orcs at one point, and essentially that is what they are, New Age orcs. But it's I think it's an interesting thought, at least for for me as a writer, and hopefully also for the players, to cross this specific kind of little different species of orc, cross their road and see how do they perceive things. Right? Not every, I mean, this good and evil thing is not always black and white.
Yeah, and it's a very timely topic of conversation, both with what's going on with D&D in general and the sort of the going away from the default, evil by default races, and with the WotC product they came out about the orcs, which I recently got played through, which was also very interesting and had a different orc aspect.
And the one Jeff Stevens and Alan put out about orcs too, Annihilation Hold, also had orcs in a different light. So you're in good company, actually, there with
definitely.
that.
It sounds like it, yeah.
Well, Casper, thanks so much for joining us to talk about your adventure. I really love the kindness and the role-playing angle there, but there's still, there may be not Dungeons and Dragons, but there's definitely Dungeons and Dragons in it.
Absolutely, and thanks for having me, and thanks for putting up this stream. It's really fantastic and a great opportunity for us.
Cool.
So,
Thanks.
Thanks very much, Casper.
Very nice to meet you. Thank you.
Yeah, likewise.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
Ginny, I know you could only join us for this short time. I wanted to thank you for that. And for those who are watching, Ginny's actually running off to run her.
Can I say the name of it now?
Yes, please.
Somebody said it. I'm going off now. Sorry. Unavailable for a long time today because I'm going off to run my second session this weekend of Foreign Affairs. So I'm going to go and hang out with some more people who either love or hate the Red Wizards, who might not be as bad as they seem. Okay, everybody? Not all Red Wizards are the same, okay, Gary?
Okay, we'll make that the discussion point for the next stream. Thanks so much, Casper. Thanks so
Casper.
much,
Thanks,
Ginny.
Ginny.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. All right, Gary, do we have our next
we have
guests?
our next guests. They are coming in. Let's get them. Hello, Allie. Hello, Jessica. They've been waiting a little while, so happy to see them. We'll put up their lovely mod, My Immortal Loneliness. Hello.
Hi.
Hey.
How's it going?
Good. It's so great to be here.
So great to have you.
Hi, Allie.
Yes, welcome. So as viewers probably would have noticed, we have no guest host for this segment, and that is because we have an adventure that was co-written by two authors. So we have both of them joining us in Jessica Merkram and Ali Swantek. Thank you for being on with us. Please tell us about My Immortal Loneliness.
I just noticed a quick thing that has the wrong Twitter hashtag for me in the stream elements thing.
Sure. What's the correct one?
It's at Miss_Jess03.
Okay, Miss. I can change that. Miss_Jess3.
It's probably my fault. It's probably my fault.
It's okay. I just feel bad because somebody has Angry Nerd Girl and they made their pin tweet like, you're looking for the one who writes games.
Nice. Oh my God. Okay, so let's go in here. You guys talk and I will handle this. And nobody will even notice I'm doing anything.
There, I just wrote it in the Discord. Sorry. But yeah. Our Allie, you want to start?
Okay. So My Immortal Loneliness is a fun adventure about going to a old mansion in a swamp and fighting a vampire there. The only issue is that the vampire is a teenager and she really likes bad poetry. And her house is falling apart and there's zombies in the basement. There's a lot of zombies dressed as butlers and maids. She has a cat. I'm not doing a very good job at explaining this.
If you've read or heard of the fanfic My Immortal, it's kind of a love letter to that.
Yeah.
And if you haven't, that's okay. You'll definitely get a taste from it, from the wonderful poetry that Allie wrote for this adventure.
What is it a fanfic for or of?
It's a goth take on Harry Potter that was possibly written as a troll. but maybe just written by a 12-year-old.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
It's probably one of the most famous like bad Harry Potter fanfics.
Oh my God.
And Jess and I, being kind of major nerds for that kind of stuff, we couldn't help but put a couple of like, I guess, hints in there. I mean, it's a major hit. The whole thing is very much a love letter to that, like Jess said. So.
Yeah, and we thought like you're sent. So in the trilogy, you're sent to dispose of an immortal family, and in the first adventure, you find out that one is a child. That one was by Emily Smith and Fenway Jones. And then in ours, it's a teenager, and she's just lonely. She's been made a vampire
for hundreds of years and
hasn't
her room
matured.
And writes really bad poetry. She lost her best friend, and yeah, she's kind of a little bit sad. She's a sad goth in the attic.
She thinks everybody leaves, and she's like, why are all my servants running away? Why is nobody here? But really, it's because her house is falling apart. And if you walk it in her house not carefully, you get trapped in the basement pit, which is full of, which I guess is a surprise, but people aren't leaving because they can't.
Yeah.
Oh, that was one of my favorite parts of the adventure when I read it. The pit of things that prevent you from leaving,
yes.
Which were wonderful and had a wonderful sense of humor to it. Now I know that some of your other work has not been Adventures League. You've participated in some really cool stuff like Uncaged, I believe, which is a huge thing. What was it like for you, and like how did you get into writing an AL adventure, and what was that like, sort of dealing with the template and having to do it a certain way?
Paige asked us in the Uncaged Discord, actually. She said that Thomas, who was running Gary Khan's AL group, was looking for was it specifically female writers?
I think it was, yeah.
Yeah.
He wanted to do like all of the content to be written by female authors.
That's awesome.
So he had contacted a bunch of different people, and when Paige posted in the Uncaged Discord, I know a bunch of us from the Uncaged Discord kind of joined in and chose to write for him.
Yeah.
Okay. And how was that experience of putting it together?
This was my first time co-writing anything, and Allie was such a great co-writer. I couldn't have asked for a better person to work with.
I would say the same thing about Jess. Yeah, we had a lot of fun. I mean, it was just fun to brainstorm together, and Jess and I have a lot of similar, like, I guess, personality and like knowledge. So it was great to write with someone who kind of had that, and we really like collaborated really well.
We vibe.
Yeah, we do. So we had a lot of fun coming up with things. Like I know there's a couple of chats that we had where we were just going, oh my God, like back and forth as we thought of like great ideas. And so it was very great. It's really nice to have someone to write with, because like you kind of have someone on your team encouraging you and telling you that your stuff is good. I know like I struggle a lot with that, like having to send something in to someone, having written it myself and not knowing if it's good or if it fits, and having someone else on your team writing with you that can say, hey, this really works, or hey, let's like make a slight change here, or oh, I have a great idea to bounce off of this, is really it's really encouraging. Like I think it really helps to kind of foster that creativity.
Yeah,
that's great advice for any writers out there, and I know we probably have a few writers who are in our chat or who are watching this. Like, if you've been considering co-writing something and you've been thinking, oh my God, how is it going to be when I have to like have another person essentially in my head? Like, here's a testament to it potentially working out great if you have the right partner for it. Tell me about how one gets to including the organization of a poetry slam in a D&D adventure.
Well, we knew that she loved poetry initially before we realized that you couldn't make your own magic weapons in Adventures League. We wanted her poetry to be so bad that it performed, like it did psychic damage and you could use it as a weapon.
Against her as well. So
right. And
it was
but
part of the thought.
Yeah, but instead we, you know, it just became a treat that you get to have. But we thought if you decide not to kill her and instead befriend her and show her that, you know, you've been in your house for like 300 years, the world is different, but other people also like poetry. It would be a fun RP situation for everybody. I've always had bards in my tables who want to do something ridiculous. And if there's not a bard, there's generally someone who has a negative charisma modifier who always wants to act like the face. And I wanted to give that player an opportunity to get up and just do something ridiculous while also encouraging this vampire to like make friends with people.
I feel personally attacked by that. I'm not going to lie.
This would be you, wouldn't it?
Yeah, 100%.
Also be me.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I'm very jealous that you got an opportunity to write for Gary Con, because for a long time it was my dream to do so. To see the CCC Gary, it was great, a great adventure, and it's a lot of fun. And we put some of the poetry appendix up on the stream so everybody can sort of see what we're talking about, because we feel like you can't really appreciate.
Thanks, Gary.
Yeah, you can't really appreciate the effort that went into this magical appendix without actually seeing it for yourself. So we helpfully included it in the stream today.
I mean, it's a Gary Con now.
Technically, I guess that's true. Not exactly what I mean. I guess I could publish my own modules and just call them all Gary, but
it's a parade of Garys.
One of my other favorite bits of humor in this is, and ALDMs and writers especially will probably get more of a kick out of it than players, but part of the AL template is, of course, for NPCs to write, what do they know? And I was reading through this, and for some NPCs, it just says, what do they know? And after it is just frustration and hunger. I had to put the laptop down and I just laughed for a little while, as I'm sure a number of authors are writing, because when you're writing to a template and it's like, well, you have to put something here. And I mean, I don't really. Yeah,
they're zombies. Really they haven't gotten to eat like 120 years.
Yeah, they're stuck in a pit. This is the kind of fun that we have with writing this.
Yeah, so much of the wonderful humor came through in the adventure that you've mentioned. Really enjoyed it. I encourage everybody out there to pick it up. Is there anything else that we haven't asked you about that you want to add before sort of time catches up to us here?
I feel like we should certainly ask them to read at least one of these poems.
Oh my gosh.
Because I feel like it's a missed opportunity. They wrote it. Clearly, we need to have them read something. Like, this is, our viewers need content. Like,
oh no.
Oh.
We'll let you choose if that makes it better.
Okay. Let me find my favorite one then.
I need to bring up the poetry then.
Yeah, give me like 2 seconds to find my favorite.
This is live television or whatever it is. They were not prepared.
No,
they did not get the questions.
This is what you can look forward to on the Mod Market Marathon.
Yes, hard-nosed journalism.
Unexpected poetry readings.
He asked the tough questions.
Stop it.
Hey. Well, I'm looking for the poetry.
Sorry, my sister's dog is in the room.
One thing that made me so happy that I heard from the DMs at Gary Con was that anytime someone got stuck in the zombie pit, pretty much everybody in the party would immediately jump down And that was that nobody was like, well, sucks to be you. But that as soon as a squishy fell in, like the fighter was like, rah, and jumped down with them. And
Yeah,
I
that
love
pit is very dangerous because there's centipedes in it too, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
It's full of water and
nasty.
zombies. And if you cling to the walls, they're covered in centipedes.
Oh, that's
evil.
That's wonderful. That's
Yeah.
That's nightmare fuel right there.
All right, who's
I think
going
poem
first?
4 is my favorite. Can I read that one, Allie?
Yes, please do. I was actually just looking. I was like, yeah, that we need to read poem 4.
Okay.
The ravens and bats come to me when I call them. I changed my mind. Haikus are dumb.
And remember, everybody who's watching, you can click that clip button because now's the time. Clip that and then tag on Twitter Miss_Jess03 for this wonderful poetry reading of My Immortal Loneliness. Allie, why don't you hit us with some poetry?
Okay, so I'm gonna read poem number 5 because I think that one's my favorite. Poem 5 and poem 3 are like the two that I had the most fun with. The burning orb of Lathander's eye cuts me to my core. I hiss and hide in my bed. Leave me alone, you jerks.
This is what you can look forward to in My Immortal Loneliness. We have posted the link in the chat. You get $1 off purchasing it now during the Mod Market Marathon. Thank you both so much for sharing your module and poetry with us. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having us.
This was so much fun.
Yeah.
That code is good for a week. So if you're watching this later, it should still work for you.
Great.
Yeah. Thanks very much.
Tweet us at Twitter with your really bad poetry.
Yeah, and don't forget you can clip Allie's as well. Hit that little button, and she would appreciate it. You can tweet at her as well. So, the useless bard.
And with that, we will take another couple of minute break here in the Mod Market as I throw my other pencil, and we'll move on. See you in just a little bit with Connor Self and a whole bunch more people who are interesting to talk to.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Connor, who should be joining us momentarily. So meanwhile, we will have Adrian join us, who is the author of one of the very first DCs, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself, called Puttering Out. He actually has 2 out. The second one has one of my favorite names of Adventures on the String, which is Let It Go. So he'll be talking to us. Hi, Adrian, once Connor joins us. Sure. So about Connor, who hopefully isn't coming. About Connor. Connor, part of the reason that I wanted to have him on, aside from him being a good friend, is that he also has done quite a bit for the CCC community. One of the things that I think he might have been the first person to organize an event around CCCs. Oh. And as we are doing some giveaways for Epic seeds, I'm going to do another trivia question. So first person to get it right can get a seat for that Epic, which is this afternoon. So every spring, Connor organizes a charity convention that focuses on CCC authors. If you know the name of that convention and drop it in the chat, you can get a seat at the Epic, which is just a little bit later this afternoon. Anyhow, and while we wait for Connor to join us, why don't we have Adrian introduce yourself and tell us where you're from and tell us about your adventure.
Sure. My name is Adrian Francisco. I am a D&D organizer, Dungeon Master player here within the Washington, D.C. area in the United States of America. What was the follow-up question?
Just tell us about your adventure Sputtering Out.
Yes, so Sputtering Out is probably the second or third DC Dungeon Craft adventure that's been released to DM's Guild. as you know, the Dungeon Graph program, the Wizards of the Coast has been kind enough to offer a couple of different prompts for new people to write adventures to. They all have to take place in Icewind Dale, but they'll all be season 10 adventures. So if you feel like you don't have enough to run, if you've already done the hardcover twice, or like I have, or if you're really tired of running 1000 at the conventions, hopefully this new avenue will give you something fresh and a new perspective into running something yourself. And even if you don't intend to publish it, you can run it with just your friends, the ones that you create for them. Sputtering Out is based on one of the prompts. Basically, hunters supposedly have been walking around near Lake Dineshire, hearing voices go chinga chinga chinga, which has confused them quite appropriately. What I've tried to do with this adventure is to try to flip the prompt a little bit on its head. Instead of maybe going out into the Chwingas and trying to figure out what's wrong, we harken back to the initial adventure from Icewind Dale's Rime of the Frost Maiden, where you were working with Danica Greysteel, who was first looking for Chwingas for her observational study. In this today, there happens to be one Chwinga who just isn't feeling quite right. Danica notices that their faces turn purple, that they seem upset and shy, and they're not interacting with the other Chwingas in her care that well. But this Chwinga matches the ones that the hunters were saying. So she enlists a group of adventurers to go check it out, and hopefully bring this poor little guy home. So your own little ET right there.
Cool. So with Dungeon Craft, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head in that the program's very much designed to do seasonal things and to tie the whole storyline together. And I love what you did in taking this Dungeon Craft prompt, which is supposed to tie to the AL seasonal storyline, but also tying it to the Rime of the Frost Maiden. So it really feels, especially with the geographic area of Icewind Dale, it all kind of feels like one story, which I think is just a brilliant approach to take with it. And with the program being so new, you really, I would think you had no examples or really nothing to go on, right? In terms of like, what do I do with this now?
I mean, so I think I had to approach it being very brave, just trusting that your experience in Adventures League and running D&D for as many years as I have, just going out there and trying something new. Hopefully some of it is stuck. But if you've never written an AL adventure before, there's plenty of resources out there. There's plenty of other modules to take a look at. Try to frame your adventure based on the templates that are out there. And there's a great community out there who's just been really helpful to highlight the pitfalls and really just make you a better writer. Definitely check out the D&D channel. There is a channel just for Dungeon Craft where everyone's just been chatting and bouncing ideas off each other. It's been really great.
Okay. So diving a little bit into the adventure itself. It's about Chwingas, which are these cool little creatures. It's another, and we just had, I think, a couple of adventures. We talked about Casper's adventure, how it's all about being helpful and sort of like this theme of kindness. And I found that comes through in yours as well. It's a little bit like, again, it's less dungeons and less dragons and more people helping.
Exactly. I think that's sort of the zeitgeist for a number of authors, especially we live in very difficult times, both in game and out of game. Just trying to put smiles on people's faces and make people feel like they can really do a difference in making someone's day. This poor Chwinga definitely needs a little bit of kindness. And if the adventurers are privy to that and can do that, then hopefully the poor guy finds a happy ending. And hopefully we all do eventually.
Yeah, and I think the interesting thing about particularly this season is the theme of isolation, and particularly in Icewind Dale and 10 Towns, where everybody needs to sort of come together to survive because it is such a difficult place to live. I think that it's a really good theme to run an adventure with in this season, because it sort of shows how these people would have survived all this time in Icewind Dale in some of the harshest conditions in all of Faerun.
Tell me, Adrian, about the art in this adventure. And Gary, I don't know, do we have some of the cool Chewinga drawings, right?
Yep, it's up.
Yep. I also have the Twitch up, and I can see one of my drawings. So growing up, I used to be, a bit of a cartoonist myself, drawing little things in art class. Since high school through college, I haven't been able to really pursue that myself on a day-to-day basis. You get a day job, you have other interests, but as a creative person like myself, this has been a really great opportunity to show up, take pen to paper and try to show off what I can do. I can see on the Twitch we got a couple drawings, 2 Chewingas, one of whom is the titular character, and the other one's just a really happy chunky boy.
Chunky boy.
John Joe.
Yeah. I thought those drawings were just like perfect in theme. And I think it shows that, you don't need to, you of course have talent with it, but I think it's a great way to bring your various talents into it, which we've talked with a couple of authors about, and still have a couple more, but who have various talents that they're bringing into their adventures, like poetry writing from the last adventure, and yourself drawing. But I also thought that, like, just the style and everything, they're perfect. I like, if you could have hired a, professional high-end, artist to do it, I don't think they could have made anything more fitting, because I think what you made is exactly what the module needs. It communicates that sense of kind of wonder and color that comes from Chewingas.
Thank you.
Well done. Another common theme that we seem to be seeing in the adventures is games. And I know you did some dragon chess stuff. Tell us about that. And puzzles.
Well, as I was writing it, I was just looking for ways to, flush it out and offer different ways for different types of characters to contribute. Not everyone's good at handling a tiny, cute Chewinga. So my approach was to bring about and bring some life into the uphill climb. Basically, just have bar goers, random townsfolk pop in. I also have watched The Queen's Gambit. I'll be completely honest with you.
I was going to ask if somebody gets inspiration for picturing a chessboard on the ceiling, but I didn't want to be too on the nose. But
yes, if you intend to run this adventure, please give your player advantage if they look up to the sky and just imagine chess pieces going left and right. It also makes sense because there's supposed to be 3 different layers into a dragon chessboard, which does not reflect in the puzzles I have offered, but perhaps that'll be extra.
It's close enough. I think chess is a good stand-in for dragon chess.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. Is there anything else about your adventure that sort of we haven't asked you about, because we probably should have, but I'm smart enough.
Yeah, I mean, so if you intend to run it, I would just keep the title character Sputter, as cute as possible. To be honest, I was watching Star Wars, The Mandalorian, while I was writing this module. So trying to keep it light, keep it fluffy, keep it cute. Don't have him eat frogs. I don't know where there would be frogs, but
Yeah, no, let's just skip that area of discussion altogether. You absolutely nailed it on the head with the cuteness and the helpfulness theme, and I think it ties in really well. So I really encourage people out there to pick up Sputtering Out and also check out Let It Go, which is your other DC, because you have 2 out.
Yes.
already.
Yeah. Actually, I have 3 out. One came out on Tuesday.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So a quick word about Let It Go. Basically, a loud talking goat has decided to walk into the town of Goodmead and just start singing at the top of his lungs. Unfortunately for the townsfolk, this wasn't the first instance of talking, singing animals. And at this point, they're a little bit fed up as the town has now basically become Broadway with an animal in every corner singing from the top of their lungs. Definitely, I could see Amy just put a joke in the chat. Definitely, if you love singing, if you love the tone of the 10-0-0 adventures with all the talking with all the awakened animals, this is one thing that will definitely be up your alley. And hopefully, if you got a kid, I definitely recommend running this with them if they love Frozen or any Disney movie, to be frank.
Cool. All right. Well, thanks very much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Everybody out there, please pick up Adrian's mods. They sound super light and fun, but at the same time, very easy to tie into Rime of the Frost Maiden. So if all the death is getting your players down, it's a really good way to mix in some fun with Let It Go and Stuttering Out. And what's the third one called?
The third one is called Head in the Clouds.
Cool. Very cool. Thanks very much. We're actually going to take an unscheduled 2-minute break just to see if we can get Connor on here, because he's trying to get in and we're having some light technical issues. So we'll be right back in a couple of minutes. Thanks all.
Okay.
And we have Connor with us. Thank you for coming on, Connor. We managed to fix our technical issues. I love your hat. And we have Josh with us, who is the author of the next adventure. And I'm Andrew, and he is Gary. And Connor, why don't you introduce yourself to our audience?
Hi, my name is Connor Self. My pronouns are he, him. I am by day a mental health counselor. By evening, I moonlight in this awesome hobby that we have, creating RPG experiences for people at live events, authoring and editing and producing adventures for the DMs Guild, and helping to run D8 Summit Charities, a 501c3. We raise money for the homeless and the hungry and the hopeless and other great local causes. So if you are out there and you are running a physical event and you want to help your local community and you want us to add our person power behind you, reach out. I'd be happy to get the organization behind you.
Awesome. And Josh Murdoch joins us, who is the author of The Beast Beneath, which is the first part of the Hillsfar Kaiju Chronicles, which is super awesome. Josh, why don't you introduce yourself, tell us where you're from, and tell us about your adventure.
Yeah, my name is Josh Murdoch. I'm from Fresno, California. And yeah, we wrote this Kaiju Chronicle adventure as a trilogy between myself and 2 of my other friends. It's part of the adventures that we've been doing in the Fresno area for the CCCs that we've been writing for a while. This is actually the conclusion of our first season of modules in the Fresno area for our local conventions. And so big climactic finish, we had to come up with something big. So what's bigger than kaijus, right?
For sure. I love actually that theme of big comes through in your adventure, even though yours is the first. This is a tier 3 adventure, by the way, for everybody who is watching. But the theme of big comes, like when I was reading the adventure summary, I'm like, red wizards, maybe Tarrasque, maybe kaiju, maybe, and I'm like, okay, it's huge, it's big, it's like, I get it, tier 3. All the things are in there. So like, I thought that was really cool.
Absolutely. So my adventure is the beginning of the story. So we do have the Red Wizards. The character Demetra Flass, she's back. You know, she's this master illusionist for the Red Wizards of Thay, and she is creating this illusion that's creating nightmares for this creature, this large, colossal creature beneath the Hillsfar area, and it has a side effect. And that side effect is that everybody in Hillsfar is having nightmares. And if you have a low charisma score, or you don't have enough willpower to sort of resist this illusionist power, your nightmares are actually becoming real, right? So at the very beginning of the mods, players are thrown into this area where the beast beneath is trembling in his sleep, causing the entire city of Hillsfar to have like an earthquake. And they're fighting against all of these phantasms that are coming up from nightmares. And the first group of phantasms are from a wizard who hates goblins. He has this weird irrational fear of goblins, but he doesn't see them as their normal selves. He sees them as giant-sized twisted creatures. Something maybe more inspired from like some of the characters from like Goblin Hunter or something. But these are sized of like fire giants, right? And so they're giant goblins. And they're not real, but you do have to fight through them as if they were real, because that's the power of our illusionist Demetra Flass. And so what you have to do is get on a boat, and the head of the Emerald Enclave has a plan on how to counteract her power. And so you need to get on this boat and save this goblin named Bert. And Bert's a very popular goblin in our set of modules. We even have, Bert has his own little module that you can buy on the DM's Guild. So you have to save Bert, who's stuck on the Moon Sea. And in order to save Bert, you have to fight through this Red Wizard blockade of ships. So when we were writing this, the three of us, each of us were talking about what will your module be? What will your module be? And for me, everyone's like, you got to write about ships. You have to have a ship battle, because 2 of my previous CC modules have had ship battles. I'm like, okay, guys, and this time we want you to go all out. We want you to have lots of ships. So I'm like, well, all right, we'll throw 20 ships in there. I'm like, all right, let's play test around how we can like work these ship battles with one group of adventurers. Very difficult, right? The first time I had them fight against 3 ships of Red Wizards, completely within the XP guidelines and everything like that. We did scale it appropriately, but throwing 3 ships of Red Wizards at any group of players was immediate TPK. I TPK'd them within like 2 or 3 minutes. I mean, it was completely easy. And these are really good players. So I knew, okay, you know, having this grand battle with just one ship versus a fleet is just not possible. So what I came up with is my kaiju in my story is actually a dragon turtle. We have this giant dragon turtle beneath the amethyst Moon Sea, and as you go down in a submarine, which of course we don't have submarines in the Forgotten Realms. We've got the apparatus of Quailish, right? So we get all these instructions on how to operate the apparatus of Quailish and go down, and you'll have a few little challenges there as you go and try to talk this dragon turtle, who's an ally of the Emerald Enclave, into helping you destroy and defeat the fleet. So with her help, you can kind of narrow it down to 3 ships. And then that leads to the final battle, where we're having this ship battle between your ship and these other remaining ships of the Red Wizard fleet. So it's very fun.
Cool. This was a trilogy. Mm-hmm. Tell us about how, like, the organization of the trilogy and how you guys coordinated it all together.
Yeah, lots of meetings. We met at Bill Kearney's house, and you're going to be meeting with Bill later today. Yeah. And he was always a wonderful host to our group. And we had been working for a while. I think a couple of years we've been doing these CCCs in Hillsfar. And so this was our epic finale. So when we met at Bill's house, we were talking about what are we going to do with this finale. you know, we came up with the kaiju idea, I think based on, and you can ask Bill about it, but he had a trip to Japan where he went to this hotel with a life-size Godzilla. And
That's
we
a
were like,
thing.
we've got to use that, right? We've got to use the Godzilla somehow. We didn't use Godzilla, of course. We used a different creature, which I don't know if we're saying it yet. I don't want to know if I want to give away spoilers, but the organization of it.
Cover.
Yeah, it is. It is a Tarrasque. So we basically had to work with what everyone else had already written in our Hills Far adventures and talk about, okay, this is the story so far. And we had online documents that we would use as a group, like spreadsheets that says, this is what so-and-so story is about, this is what so-and-so. And our leaders actually was JJ10, and he wrote the second module, and he was very good about like helping everybody stay organized. And then we just all got together, talked about what each adventure was about, and then really worked hard to incorporate what so-and-so did in their previous module to what you were going to be doing in your module. And then really, when it came to writing the last story, we all knew what the story was going to be. We just didn't know who was going to write which part. So we assigned the 3 parts based on like everybody's talent. Like for instance, everybody was like, Josh, you got to write the first part because we want this ship battle. Because I had already written ship battles. JJ, you know, he's always written more complex, creative battles. Actually, his specialty is almost like writing these mods where you don't even have to battle. If you're really good at social deduction, you can like cruise your way through without having to fight. And if you do fight, be prepared for a tough battle, because his battles are always tough. And then lastly, Bill is super creative. So for the big finale, and I don't want to spoil anything because it's super cool.
Yeah, and we'll talk to him about his bit. So
epic. We knew he had to be the one that wrote the end. So that's really how it went. I mean, a lot of meetings.
Do you have like it very much sounds like you guys had a lot of focus in making these really challenging battles for your players. You in your mod, and I don't know if it's a giveaway, but maybe give us one.
Okay.
Do you have a favorite either monster or setup for an encounter that you designed like from a challenge perspective, where you thought, you know, this is going to be really cool to throw at players, like this little thing that I've set up?
You know, my favorite encounter is actually the social encounter with the dragon turtle. That's not a battle, but I really enjoyed creating that character because one of the themes that runs through all of the mods that I've written for this series, and you can go back to the other, I think there were 2 others in this that I wrote, is that there's these minerals below Hillsfar that are infused with phasris, and this phasris is what's causing some things to go a little haywire and manipulate the minds of these creatures. So we have the dragon turtle who sits at the bottom of the Moon Sea, and she's been kind of a little bit gone. She's gone mad because of these phasris crystals and their effects on her. So you have this kind of crazed dragon turtle that you're trying to negotiate with, and she's established this really close relationship with her cave. Like her cave is her friend, and she talks to it, and she and cave are best buddies. And so you have to figure out why does she talk to her cave, and what is going on with this, and this relationship that they've established with each other, and trying to figure out what does she want, and what is it going to take for us to convince her to help us defeat these red wizards. I think that's my favorite one. And I think that part was probably the most fun for me to write, because without that bit, you can't actually complete the rest. And if you try to fight the dragon turtle, I've actually written in kind of how she will end up destroying the fleet anyways, because you have to have that in there, right? But the problem is that that's very deadly. That's a very deadly battle. So trying to, as an author, figure out how to get the players steered in the right direction without railroading it is always a challenge.
Mm-hmm. And it kind of fits with our theme of the last several adventures, which is this theme of helping, you know, in not necessarily in a combat way, but just helping somebody, you know, helping get over this, helping this dragon turtle, and, you know, ultimately gaining an ally out of it. Mm-hmm. Gary O'Connor, do you have any comments or?
Yeah, when you're developing a trilogy that is sort of the culmination of previous work that you've done, how do you go about making sure that you're treading new ground in the trilogy to make it interesting for the players who may have played that trilogy previously, but at the same time not lose what made those stories great?
I think that you have to make sure that you're referring back to those other adventures and having payoffs for those previous storylines without having to make that mandatory. Like the references are there, the Easter eggs are there, but you're not going to put in it that story so strongly that the players who haven't played those previous modules feel like they're missing out, right? Because there's a lot of people who haven't played them, and they're not going to want to go back and start at ground zero with everything we've written. So that's fine. So making the background knowledge for the DM there as the writer of the module makes sense for whoever's running it. But when it comes to organizing what I'm doing with what the other DMs are doing, I think that the real key is make each module very unique to where it's going to stand on its own, but yet it's going to push the story further, and it's going to keep that going because we had these key goals that we wanted to accomplish, but we didn't want to make our modules unplayable or unsatisfactory if there wasn't somebody who was playing through all three.
Right, right, okay.
Awesome. Well, thanks very much, Josh, for joining us to talk about this. And we'll be talking to Bill actually in the next hour after this. Sort of talk about the beginning of the trilogy and then talk about the epic ending of the trilogy. Really nice to meet you. Thanks for jumping on. Folks out there, please pick up the Beast Beneath or pick up the entire Hillsfar Kaiju trilogy. So it's if you want a tip, there's a discount code for one of the adventures and you get a discount, you still get an even bigger discount in the trilogy. So it all works. The DM skill does the math for you.
Yep.
Yeah. So, all right. Thanks, Josh.
All right,
and
thank you, Josh. All right. Talk to you later.
Take care. Yeah. We'll drop the discount link is now in the chat. So please do consider picking up the first part of this. And as Andrew said, we'll be talking to Bill later, so you'll be able to hopefully pick up the whole trilogy and run it and play it. Sounds like a lot of fun.
Okay. So we say goodbye to Josh, and we're gonna bring on Jeremy, which is gonna feel like a little bit of a replay of a recent game that Connor and Jeremy and I had in Zoom not too long ago.
Nice. Okay. All right. See you, Josh.
Bye.
So Jeremy Arnold, who's joining us, and there you are. Okay. Can you hear us? Can we hear you?
Hola.
Hello. Welcome, Jeremy Arnold. He is the author of The Light of Heresy, which is a tier 2 adventure, which is a part of the series of adventures for Who's Your Con, which is one of the coolest con names out there, if I may say so. Well, actually, why don't I let you introduce yourself and sort of tell us what the adventure is about, and then we'll go from there.
Sure. So my name is Jeremy Arnold. I live in Indianapolis, and we host an event every year called Hoosier Con. It is a play on Hoosier being what people are called from the state of Indiana, and Hoosier gamers because the origin of the phrase was people would ask, well, who's your daddy? So we became Hoosiers. That's a whole thing in state history. And Hoosier Gamers is an organization. It's a 501c3 nonprofit that is dedicated to raising educational awareness around the benefits of tabletop and role-playing games in schools and libraries all around the state of Indiana. And HoosierCon is the annual membership drive, which raises the funds for that process. So as a part of that, the Adventurers League has a sizable presence at the event alongside other organized play campaigns and the like. And to facilitate that, my wife and I got roped into running all the D&D at the event, and I decided, well, hey, I've always wanted to try writing something, so why not? And we wrote 3 set of adventures, the HoosierCon 1 series, which was pretty well received, and recently we were able to get the second three adventures in the series out and published with the deluge of CCCs that were approved at the last minute, which, you know, you're obviously interviewing all these great authors about. So The Light of Heresy in particular, HoosierCon 2.1, is an adventure that picks up right after the end of HoosierCon 1-3, discussing the heretical nature of the Cult of the Eternal Flame and their subgroup, the Cult of the Radiant Dawn, and kind of finding their last elements throughout the Moonsea, and tracking down some MacGuffins that are important to what the head of the Inquisition, the Chosen Abominator Miriam, wants to accomplish. At the end of HoosierCon 1-3, characters can either choose to join the Inquisition of the Radiant Dawn or politely decline Miriam's invitation. And one of the things I wanted to do with these adventures is I wanted to make sure they happened in multiple locations around the Moonsea. A lot of people like to write series. They're like, okay, we're going to be in Elmwood, we're going to be in Melva, we're going to be in Flan, whatever. I really wanted it to be kind of a whirlwind tour of different places, because so many authors have written so many cool stories in each of these places. It kind of felt kind of neat to go back to them and talk about some of those characters' stories, even though they were things other people had written. So HoosierCon 2 is mostly around Melvont, and then other cities take center stage as well as the series progresses. To that end, I would definitely note that HoosierCon 2 is definitely meant to be played after HoosierCon 1. It is very much a fourth part of a 6-part series. So if you haven't had the chance to look at those, I'll give a quick shout out for those. Feel free to take a look.
So on that note, Jeremy, going from, so this follows a first trilogy, right? This is the first adventure in the second trilogy.
Yep.
And by the way, one of the things that first brought my attention to your adventures before I even met you, I think, was that the very first one is a tie-in to Embers of Elmwood, which is a second season DDAL adventure, which is one of my all-time favorite adventures. And I'm like, oh my God, there is more about Embers of Elmwood. I need this in my life.
Yeah.
So that's what brought me into it. But talk about like going through the first trilogy. How do you design the first adventure in the second trilogy that you know could be played by somebody who played the first trilogy or by somebody who didn't?
So I'm going to be completely honest. I decided very intentionally to not care very much about the second one. Okay. And I'll tell you why. We wrote these events originally to be played, obviously, at our local event. Putting them for sale is it's really a very secondary concern, because I don't keep any of the money, right? I don't keep a dime. All the royalties from this literally go back to Hoosier Gamers to support HoosierCon and our events. I don't keep a dime of anything that we sell. So while it's nice to make a couple extra dollars, I mean, no one's getting rich doing this, right? So
no,
I didn't have to write it in such a way where I'm like, did they not play HoosierCon 1? Well, how am I going to rope them in, right? I kind of intentionally chose, if I'm being perfectly honest, to make that a tertiary concern at best. And I really wanted it to be part of really a 6-part series, not a trilogy. So the first trilogy tells one story, and the second trilogy is very much a continuation of that. And I wanted players who were coming to our convention year after year to be able to say, yeah, no, I remember when I played HoosierCon 1 with this character, I brought him back next year, and I had this very natural extension of that. So for me, it was more about telling a story for our in-convention players. And honestly, the publishing and the selling part and worrying about players who hadn't played it before was kind of secondary, even to the point where if you look at our entry on the DM's Guild for HoosierCon 2.1, it specifically notes it's highly recommended that you as a player at least have played HoosierCon 1 at some point, not necessarily the same character, but at least played it as a person, so a lot of the names and faces are familiar, because particularly with the way that the formatting changed, I love box text. I wrote all of HoosierCon 2 as a challenge without box text, and Connor can tell you how difficult that is for me. That was very difficult.
Connor, comment?
It's okay, Connor.
I love and respect you, Jeremy, so I'm just going to keep my mouth shut.
I love box text, right? So, and HoosierCon 1 has some very lengthy box text in it at times. And so when HoosierCon 2 came around, not having that box text, I really decided to lean into, you should have some history with this. It's really meant to be played together. And I will say, with 1.1 to 2.3 now existing, and our new rules in the Adventures League, there's a great way to go from level 5 to level 11, from HoosierCon 1.1 to 2.3. And just as a side note for, item hunters out there, These were the last adventures approved under the season 7 rules. So there's some good stuff in there. I'm just gonna put that out there.
Cool. And any hints at insult aside, I've had the opportunity to work with Jeremy at HoosierCon, which is a great event. It promotes not only education but accessibility. It's a 100% free convention, which is unusual for people that go to Indy for conventions, right? Because normally you're paying through the nose for Gen Con. Sorry, Gen Con. But because HoosierCon is 100% free, you see people bringing children. You're more likely to see individuals with disabilities who might be on limited incomes, and so it is a great thing to see. And Jeremy is very vested as a writer in his narrative, and his narrative is freaking awesome. So
thank you.
That's so nice. These are hands down, in my personal opinion, some of the best written storylines in Adventurers League. So very cool. I'll give you that nod, and I'm not lying.
You could be. I don't know. But
that's
no,
high praise. Thank you.
That is high praise indeed. And I've played through. I have not played through the second series, but I've played through, I think, the first couple of the first series, and they were absolutely, like I said, Embers of Elmwood, my favorite adventure, possibly all time. And this tied right into it, and like I felt like didn't skip a beat. So really enjoyed it. So tell us a little more about the type of gameplay people are going to find in The Light of Heresy. In particular, reading through it, it's kind of very dungeony. Is that a word? Is dungeony a word?
So there's definitely some very dungeony elements. So if I were to describe it, I think it opens up with an investigation scene. You know, you got to find the thing to kind of get you to the next point. So there's a library investigation with a very angry halfling who hasn't had his half cakes yet. So you got to figure that out. Make the halfling librarian happy. There's some puzzle solving along with that. You get the thing. It kind of tells you, hey, move on to the next point. Here are the instructions. There's a little bit of dealing with some illusions involved. And then I think once you get into the meat of it, bonus objective A is very much a mini dungeon. And then the meat of it in the temple garden is there's the temple garden, and then it's very much going through the Tower of Pain. One of the things that that the primary author, Greg Harris, wanted to get across, and it's very thematic, is he really wanted to have this Bruce Lee Enter the Dragon vibe. And if you've never seen Bruce Lee Enter the Dragon, you should fix that. And second, it really does nail the aesthetic. One thing I've heard from a lot of players is like, yes, I very much feel like I could see the scenes and the glass, and it's got this very Karator martial arts vibe, which I think actually works really well in the larger narrative. And I was really surprised when Greg pitched it, how well it worked. So I want to give Greg Harris, who's the primary designer on this adventure, some props for that. But it very much has a kung fu fighting kind of vibe, and it does it really well. And it's something that's a little bit different in your ascending the Tower of Pain dungeon delve.
Very cool. So certainly sounds like a good fit for the dungeon delvers out there. Is there any kind of single encounter or single monster that you were kind of super excited to be throwing at people? I see you smiling.
Yes.
That's the thought of something.
Yes. So in the bonus objective, there's a group of monks you come across who ask you to take the ashes of their brother who died in the Red War. And they ask you to take his ashes to be interned in this special mausoleum. And when they try to get in, the bad evil monks basically kicked their ass and told him, no, you can't come in. And so they go to the party and they're like, please, we're too weak. Help us, please. We suck. And of course, you're PC, so you don't suck. So you're like, yeah, we're going to do it. Kick their ass. Well, so you go in there and you have to navigate. There's a little more puzzle solving in this little mini dungeon. And you get to the end and you put the urn in, and the spirits of this mausoleum basically manifest and are like, oh, you think he's worthy to be interned here, huh? You're going to prove it? And they crack their knuckles and they go to town. And that encounter is surprisingly nasty if you're not prepared. There's a lot of things you can do with that from a flavor perspective as well. We actually flavor them as Jiangshi, which are basically Eastern vampires. I won't spoil which stat block gets used for that, but yeah, no, it's very nasty. And if you are not adequately prepared, you can quickly find yourself on the other side of a lot of pain. And it's kind of cool because they're basically good aligned vampires. They're like, okay, you want to bury him here. He has to prove his worth. You know, they're not there to kill you. They're there to test you. And they do test.
Cool. Well, thanks very much, Jeremy. For those who, probably most people who don't know, Jeremy is actually running a couple of games today for the D&D big event that's happening. So he's actually dropped in to see us between DMing 2 games. So thank you very much for doing that and for fitting us in and talking to us about your mod. Really appreciate it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I absolutely love you guys, Andrew, Connor, Gary. I've never met you before, but you know, I've heard you're an awesome guy. You know, I'm just happy that we were able to do this. Andrew, so much thank you for giving me 5 minutes to rattle on about stuff that I think is cool. And you have a number of great authors. Go buy their stuff. I don't care, not me. Go buy their stuff. Seriously, 100%. Go do it. And if you happen to buy my stuff, great. But go buy the other people's stuff. It's amazing. And just thank you so much, everyone. Absolutely nothing but love for all of you guys. And keep kicking ass and taking names. You guys are doing great.
Awesome. Thanks, Jeremy.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, good luck in your game.
Thank you.
Connor, as we're sort of transitioning here, you, along with Jenny, are the co-author of TPK in 10 Towns, or you can correct me what it's actually called in a moment, which is the epic that's being premiered by Unite the Factions later this afternoon, which I'm also running because we're all like D&D 24/7 apparently. I'd like to ask you, take a moment to tell us a little bit about that adventure since we have you now.
Well, thanks for inviting me on and giving me a chance to meet some of these incredible authors. The ones I know, the ones I've read their names, but haven't met them. So this is a great chance to meet some people and hang out with people I like. The adventure is DDEP 10-1, Terror in 10 Towns. It is an epic adventure, meaning that it's meant to be played across multiple tables at the same time. But it was written to be innovative in its own way, because after 9 prior seasons of Adventurers League with many iterations of epics coming and going, people begin to get tired of the same old thing and they want something new. And so we try to do that quite a bit with this adventure. It is themed very, very heavily into the storyline of Rime of the Frost Maiden. So that is an incredible book. If you haven't had a chance to look through it and play it some, the stories it tells are great. And it works into those stories with without spoiling an army of intelligent animals marching on the southern part of the 10 Towns for you're not sure why. The story is, unlike prior epics, is very heavily focused in your individual characters. And throughout the course of gameplay, you'll have numerous opportunities not only to experience the 10 Towns in a non-combat perspective, but build on your own character narrative, which is a very powerful thing to do at levels 1 to 4. So
cool.
Sitting at that table, you'll get a chance to really create your character backstory as part of play. Now don't get me wrong, when there's combats, there are combats. So they're meant to be painful at every step of the way. But if you do well with building your character backstory and meeting the people that live in 10 Towns and helping them out, they might just help you out enough to give you victory at the very end. So it's themed heavily on the idea of unity, and the 10 Towns doesn't have it. And even more dangerous than the animal army marching on it is the distrust of citizens against each other, their unwillingness to help each other, even in the face of shared adversity. I'm not saying that that's relevant to what's going on in the world today, but it might be relevant to what's going on in the world today.
That's very cool. And unity, for folks who have may not have been with us from the beginning of the stream, which is now like a good couple of hours old.
Yep.
We made it through like almost half, or more. Is it more than half? We're more than half.
3 hours.
Woo! Sorry, I should probably not make that noise again. But Unity has kind of been an recurring theme. We're seeing a lot of adventures coming out where it's all about help and, you know, just doing nice things, and sort of more so than just go kill stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So,
yeah, there's a lot more to this game than just that. And that's where the opportunity for this epic came in that was different from other
and on that note, throughout the day, we've been giving away tickets for one last table of or some last seats we had for the epic, which is otherwise sold out. And so I think we're now have either given away, or we'll give away right now through a raffle in the chat, the last ticket that we have available for that. So if you're here for that, jump on it. And also, I'm sorry to say, that will be the last one that we're going to raffle off, because we also want to give those people a chance to, you know, jump into Roll20 and set up, and our DMs to actually know who's coming to play. That wraps up that hour. We're going to go, if Gary's okay with it, and jump straight into the next hour. If,
yeah, we can do that.
And bring on John.
We don't have John yet.
Okay.
We are still awaiting him. So
in that case, let's take our 5-minute break, and then we'll come back after that.
Sounds good.
I was gonna, you know, ad lib and say let's power through, but let's do it the proper way, and we'll take a couple-minute break now.
All right.
Are we back?
We're live.
All right, we're back. Okay. Thanks for the, sorry for the slightly longer delay than we were hoping for, as we were sorting out technical things. Joining us for this segment is John Sedlak, who is the author of the Thentia Job, which is part of the, at least in my area, the extremely popular tarot series and extremely long tarot series, which I also want to know about. But John, why don't you tell us, introduce yourself, tell us where you're joining us from, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, I'm John Sedlak. I'm the author of, as you were talking about, the Tarot 2.9, the Thentia Job, as well as 1.5, The Lost Apprentice, and 2.3, To Boldly Go. Myself and all the other tarot authors are from the Austin, Texas area.
Cool. Joining us from Texas. Okay, I know like that series is run so much on our server, Unite the Factions, and I know it's run on our sister server at Citadel Geek as well. Really enjoy. I personally have a couple of characters that leveled all the way to 5 through the first tier series, so I'm super familiar with it. But tell us about this adventure in particular, which is the Thentia Job.
So the Thentia Job 2.9 is part of our tier 2 block, which goes all the way up to 2.10. And with the Thentia Job, as you know, like things are slowly building in Thentia around like the tarot cards of fate. And 2.9 really starts to culminate when things start to shift. When it's like, all right, people who say they are not really who they say they are. In 2.8 and 2.6 and some of the earlier ones, you start to get hints at it. And here you're actually like, wait, this person who I thought was my friend is actually an enemy. And then the tarot cards of fate, the factions are really starting to come away from the veil a little bit. They're not really working in the shadows as much as they were, and they're starting to present themselves to eventually culminate into the tier 3 series, which is TBD.
Cool. One of the things that comes up in every one of your adventures is, of course, the tarot readings.
Yes.
What is up with those? I don't know, maybe I'm asking this as a player, not as a host, because every time we get a tarot reading and it's always fascinating, and I always wanted to know about that.
So it's added to it was originally to like kind of add to the mystery of the tarot cards of fate, which are in, I believe, a 2nd edition item back in the day, which kind of have this mysterious, and the fortune teller really just became a character of his own. And even though we've like not made him such a large part of the main storyline now, especially getting into the tier 2s, it's an always fun little callback to see the tarot card reader, the fortune teller, come in and give your little fortunes. And for those who've been playing the series long enough, they'll start seeing some foreshadowing, or they'll start recognizing some foreshadowing that they may have gotten in an earlier reading, or a telling or a reading that may have be a callback to one of the previous adventures.
Very cool. So tell us more about kind of the storyline and the type of gameplay folks can expect from this adventure in particular.
So particularly in Tarot 2.9, I really wanted to focus on like a dungeon type adventure. I did a couple of exploration type adventures with my first one. So I really wanted to kind of get down to the nitty gritty, go real heavy on like the puzzles, the traps, the riddles, and kind of make it just the 2-hour dungeon, and then with the bonus objectives, you can add a little bit of fun roleplay elements outside of it. But I really wanted to kind of like hammer down, you're going into this arch wizard, transmutation archwizard's personal sanctum, his lair. So there's all kinds of shenanigans in there.
The Tarot series is one of the most popular series that are out there. But let's say I am new to Adventurers League, or I'm just looking to pick up these adventures for my home game.
Mm-hmm.
What elements of this series that continue into your adventure do you think would make this a must-buy?
So I really, especially Tarot 2.9, if you are doing a tier 2 campaign, just in this one particular, it's a kind of insert anywhere dungeon. So you don't need to have played the entire Tarot series to get enjoyment out of it. It is a slightly standalone. It's basically a fetch quest into a dungeon. So you can easily change out the item that you're fetching to go get to fit your personal homebrew campaign or AL campaign. But yeah, it's having played all of them, you're like, oh wow, this is great. There's all these callbacks and references, but they still stand on their own as just being a insert dungeon here type adventure.
One of the things that I found really interesting about the way that you set up, and you mentioned the dungeon, so that's not a spoiler to people, but I found that there is a very cool usage of pre-existing spells for the way that the dungeon is set up. So, and I think that ties into the fact that it's a transmuter's dungeon.
Yeah, so it's definitely when I was designing the dungeon, I was looking at the PHB spell list, and it's like, all right, what kind of spells and features would he use to protect his inner sanctum? And there's also some illusion spells in there, and it's like, well, we actually haven't heard much from the illusion archwizard. They don't really make an appearance. What happened to them? Question mark. It's like, but also any archwizard is not going to be fully ingrained in one spell type. They're going to have a couple other spells here and there. But it makes you kind of wonder, it's like, as you start to learn more about the character of the transmuter, it's like, all right, well, did he do this himself, or did he have help who now knows it but is no longer speaking?
Yeah, if you're wondering what happened to the illusionist, they're apparently in Hellspar.
Yeah, there we go.
According to one of our recent guests, apparently they're dead, but in Hellspar, and still causing problems. So that's what they're doing. One of the other things that I found interesting was in one of the bonus objectives, there's some really fun roleplay interactions with a crew.
Oh, yes. So, any good heist type adventure, you have to have credentials. And so when I was planning my bonus objectives, like, yes, the quest giver can give you your credentials, but if you're in a time restricted setting like a convention and you have the time to really play it out and let it breathe, one of the bonus objectives is going and convincing the normal like cleaning crew to take the day off and basically assume their positions, which makes it a little bit more difficult when you've interacted with some of the other NPCs and you're seeing them. It's like, oh no, I'm the guest crew. It's like, so it really adds and like keeps players on their toes about like kind of coming up with the role play and figuring out like what the NPC's goals are.
Yeah, I thought that was really clever.
So it was just a more of a function of how can I insert a little bit of comedy into this kind of heavy module. Like I come from a film background, so you kind of need that little comedic break for a moment, sometimes. And I was like, well, this is the way you can kind of have that little bit of a comedic break.
Very cool. Is there, and this is the question I've been asking recently of all the authors, is there a particular monster or a particular trap because it's a dungeon? Is there some like a particular, like a specific element in this that you're really excited to spring on your players?
So for me, it's actually not one of the traps that I always get enjoyment out of springing on my players, because like, I mean, when they first come down in there, there's that first trap or like puzzle, if you will, like right when they come down the steps, every single time brings players to a standstill as they're like, wait, what do I do? Wait, what's going on? But my favorite thing to spring on the players, because I do it differently every single time, is the introduction of the cat. That kind of is like a little playful thing, because comes from, like, I wrote it in that Ember, the cat, comes from the elemental plane of fire. It's got all these, like, it's warm to the touch, but like it just squeezes through crevices. And so I use that kind of as a plot device sometimes to lighten it up, or if they start getting stuck on something, it's like, well, it just went through this wall, maybe I should check over here. And then, lead them into a trap.
So what are the when you're writing a series of modules as a part of one that's so long and has such a deep story behind it, how do you create something new without getting lost in the larger story?
So when we were doing the tarot series, we would have pre-COVID, all that, we would get together and meet together and talk about where we were kind of seeing the story go, where we wanted to go, and then it kind of hit like beats, so that like, all right, around this point we're gonna have this kind of thing happen, and at this point, so like the tier 1 section was all about your heroics and you're saving the world and everything's great, and then the tier 2 is like, well, things aren't always good as you see. There's a plague, which we weren't expecting the world to be on fire when we wrote about the plague. But like, sometimes in life, as in adventures, like things aren't always like bright and cheery. Things are gloomy, and like we wanted that that kind of beat. And then in trying to keep the modules independent of their own, we kind of talk to each other. Like, all right, here's kind of what I'm planning for this module. And so we make sure that we're not putting like a dungeon next to a dungeon next to a dungeon, like, all right, so like the one right before me was more of a chase thing and an exploration. And so we kind of work together to get those kind of beats so that everyone can kind of shine, but also flow together really nicely.
Okay.
Very interesting. I like that idea of structuring things in almost in pillars. Yeah, I mean, even though every adventure has a multitude of pillars, but the kind of idea that, hey, if we're doing a chase in the first one, let's not do a chase in the second one.
It's like, if this one's going to focus on a dungeon, maybe that's not it's a pillar of this one, but it's not the focus, whereas this one's the focus. Like, all right, well, the role play in this one is the main thing, whereas mine is more of a secondary thing.
Right.
So you still get to hit the pillars, you get to explore, you get to roleplay, you get to combat in this dungeon, but it gives you a little bit of everything, but like focuses on one.
Very cool. Gary or Connor, do you have anything else? Because I don't want to be jumping in and talking too much, because that's one of my fears in life.
Yeah. So I guess what I'd like to know is when you're working on a module that has such an elegant backstory, and you're integrating it with other authors, and what are you doing to make it unique? You talked a little bit about some of the elements that you included in the module, and making sure that it wasn't a dungeon after a dungeon after a dungeon. How do you do that?
I think kind of the same way like any author wants to try to make their own project unique. You draw inspiration from a lot of things. For those of you who have played my modules, will definitely see a lot of film and TV references in there. One of my modules is literally called, to boldly go, this is the Thentia job. So like I like to include like things in my personal life. Like one of the things I always was taught when writing is to make it personal, right? So I really want to kind of hammer in, like when I'm writing, things that I would enjoy playing, really smoothing out the edges, things that I think that while not a like major part, like someone who like looks at the kind of like a pulled back thing will be like, oh, that's kind of cool. Like the dungeon itself, when the players are going through it, aren't really going to realize, unless like they're perfectly mapping everything, that the dungeon itself is shaped like the transmutation symbol. Right? So exactly, it's like the little things. So like that's how I try to make my stuff unique, is to kind of just throw little Easter eggs in, if you will.
Yeah.
Because you know, there's the 3 pillars. You know, there's exploration, there's combat, there's role play, and so you know, while we always go within those, you add little bits to make it your own, right? So that's what I like to do, is I like to add little Easter eggs that players can uncover and they can find and really enjoy. Like, so this one, obviously the Italian Job was like kind of a reference. It's a heist film. There's like elements of The Fifth Element, you know, so like there's all these little Easter eggs that I throw in to kind of make it mine, you know, while still giving players who a little something to kind of hold on to.
Very cool. All right. Well, thanks very much for joining us to chat a little bit about it. And I encourage everyone to pick up the Thentia Job and help pick up the rest of the Tarot series as well. It is very cool set of adventures. I've enjoyed playing through them myself. And yeah, thanks very much again for coming on.
Yeah, of course. We're diligently working behind the scenes on getting some new stuff coming out to y'all. So, you know, it's a pleasure to be able to actually talk about it. I know we've always a lot of people like yourself love it, and we want to keep that love going.
Cool.
So we can see some dungeon craft adventures coming in the future, possibly related to?
We're trying to see how we can make our storyline, because it's very Thentia specific.
Yeah.
Work within the season 10 guidelines. We're also working on a guidebook similar to the Moonshae Isle guide, where it gives you detailed backstories on like some of the main NPCs, and then also like the head illusionist. Like if you don't want to make up your own, here's an option, or here's some history on the spiraling tower. Here's some little side quests and stuff like that. So we're just trying to really ingrain it and make it an all-around beautiful adventure, so that you can go from tier 1 to tier 3.
Nice. That's awesome.
Very nice. Very cool. Thanks very much again, John.
All right, John.
Appreciate
Thanks so much.
Thanks for your time. Take care, everyone. Be safe.
Yeah, you too. All right.
All right.
And we're going to have Bill next.
Bill is awaiting.
Excellent. We're back to the kaiju.
Yes.
I know for sure one thing, that Connor had a kaiju question, and we're going to get, we have a second kaiju author. So.
How's it going?
Hey, Bill.
Good to see you.
Hey, yes, Bill. Nice to see you. That's a cool castle in the background.
That's Hillspar back. I'm ready for this. I'm prepped.
Okay, perfect. Is that what Hillspar looks like?
That is. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anyway, welcome. Thank you for joining us to talk about your adventure, The Beast Unleashed. We had one of your partners in crime here just a short time ago, who talked to us about the beginning of the Hellspart Kaiju trilogy, and you're here to talk to us about the conclusion. And a fun fact is, this trilogy has been run a bunch of times on one of the servers I play on Citadel Geek, and every time they run it, I end up playing the second adventure, which is the one that we don't have on the stream today. Even the one time I signed up to play the final one, they made a mistake and I still played the second one. So I don't know how it ends, but you can tell me.
Sure.
So tell us where you're from, and tell us about your adventure a little bit.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, we all live in Fresno, and so Josh, who you had on earlier, I watched that interview, loved it. JJ, unfortunately, is out of town right now, so he couldn't be here. But the three of us get together. We've been writing mods in Hillspar for a while, and so we wanted to do something big, like he talked about in Josh's interview. So it's called the Kaiju Chronicles. We're like, we got to have kaiju. We got to have, you know, we got to go as big as we can. And so, you know, the basic notion was, what if you took the Trask and just made it a lot worse? Right? Like, because the Trask can't fly, right? And so, like, you know, experienced players would just be like, yeah, we'll just fly and, like, I don't know, shoot it or something. And we're like, all right, we'll just start with the Trask and we'll just make it exponentially worse, you know, and then have that be something the players can fight. And it's tier 3, and so tier 3 characters really aren't strong enough. So what can you do to power up the characters so that they're going to be at an equal power level of, you know, the Trask times 10, right? And so the answer is, of course, mecha suits, right? And so each of the players gets a unique mecha suit. Essentially, they're sorry, not mechas. They're modrons. They're you know, because it's D&D, right?
Yeah.
And so they're basically decerebrated modrons that they get into, and each one has unique abilities. They all grant advantage just permanently on 2 stats of their choice, and they allow you to teleport or breathe fire. Like, they're all crazy powerful suits, and so, you know, it basically amps the players up to, it just turns that power dial up to 20, you know, and then they get to go, you know, smash things, right? And it's just the whole purpose of it is just to make the players just feel like, yeah, yeah, you know.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah,
that sounds amazing. Connor, I know you had some questions during the last one that we didn't get to. Do you want to jump in here?
Oh my goodness. Okay, so first time talker, lifetime kaiju fan. So hearing all of these references back to Pacific Rim, which is an amazing people in giant mecha suits versus kaiju monster movie. I'm going to get back to the actual writing of it, because I know as the program transitions from CCC to Dungeon Craft, we're going to see and hear more voices in this hobby who maybe are writing for the first time. So when your team put your heads together to decide on kaiju, what was it about kaiju that made you decide, let's write an entire series around this concept? Help new authors try to identify concepts that they might want to storytell in.
So we've been writing in the Hillsfar universe for years now. And Josh had an earlier module in which there were these strange purple crystals causing mutations and growth and things like that. And so we kind of like whiteboard out all of the things we have, because we try to tie things together. You know, and every trilogy sits on its own, but at the same time, it, like, people like having that sense of continuity. And so we're like, why don't we do something with those purple crystals? Like, you know, these things, like, if they can cause mutations and growth, like, you know, what consequences could that cause? And we're like, giant monsters. Giant monsters. Yeah, okay, all right. And then what if, you know, and so that was kind of the nucleus for the idea. Was we just had this thing, and it was kind of a plot point really early on in the series, and we hadn't done anything with it. And so that was sort of the nucleus for, you know, the whole trilogy.
So you had like this dangling thread from earlier, but you're just like, wait, giant monsters, and then everybody just gravitated on it because it's something you like. It sounds like
they cause explosive growth and mutations, and it's like, you know.
There you go.
And so, yeah, usually when I write, it's looking for that kind of nucleus of an idea, and so they can just kind of come from anywhere. Like Josh mentioned earlier, there was a hotel that I stayed at in Tokyo, which is the Godzilla Hotel. It's this giant, and you can actually pet it, and when you pet Godzilla, it growls kind of. And it's literally the size of the skyscraper. Like, it's the Hotel Grace in Shinjuku. And my daughter loved it. She'd just go out there every day and just pet it, and Godzilla kind of purrs or growls or whatever. And, you know, and so that was kind of the nucleus also for the thing. And so you just find inspiration in life, you know, traveling, you read a book, you know, something like that. And that becomes the seed that you develop into a whole thing.
So if you had to share what this trilogy was about in just 2 or 3 sentences, how would you do it?
So my module, I can share in 1 sentence, which is you form Voltron to fight Godzilla.
Okay.
You know, that's the 1-line elevator pitch. And of course, for copyright reasons, it's not Voltron, it's not Godzilla, but, you know, that kind of gives you the,
yeah,
the idea. And then for the you know, for the whole trilogy, it's basically Hillsfar's run by kaiju, right? Like, you know, if you watched you know, Pacific Rim or any of the Godzilla movies or anything like that, you're familiar with the tropes that we were working with here.
Cool.
And Red was.
Since we're not sponsored by anyone or anything, I could just completely randomly throw out there that Pacific Rim is probably my favorite soundtrack of all time. So if you're ever looking for really cool music to like set your D&D game to, check out the Pacific Rim soundtrack. It's like intense. I love it. The question I had for you, and when I say the name, people aren't going to immediately recognize it, which is what I'm counting on. Tell me more about Kilissa's Ballad.
Okay, you're talking about the floating restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so again, we have a long history, and my mods, I guess, have a reputation of doing things that are a little bit over the top. And in a previous game, Hillsfar was about to be attacked by a meteor. The Red Wizards drop a meteor on Hillsfar, and it's like, what was that movie with Bruce Willis, Armageddon? Right. So you have to fly up to the meteor and drill rods. What is it? Immovable rods into the meteor to stop it from hitting the town. And so after you successfully saved the town in an earlier game, all these rods were left in place, and so they built a restaurant on it. And it's, you know, and so it's the place to be. It's the restaurant, you know, where all the exclusive, you know, people go to eat and look down on the town.
That's amazing. It's a restaurant formed instead of a foundation on a bunch of immovable rods. That's amazing. That's so creative. And it's most people, I think, when they say, hey, we're going to include the Tarrasque, the first place their mind goes is not, how do we make it 10 times deadlier? Usually they're just like, okay, Tarrasque and we're good. Not like Tarrasque and let's turn it up to 11. You know, so kudos to you. It sounds super, super intense. Aside from Voltron Fights Godzilla, what else, I guess, is there anything in the adventure that somebody who is setting up their Voltron to fight Godzilla wouldn't expect to find in your adventure that they would?
Yeah,
that's actually in there.
Politics, negotiations. That's something that I really like. I like having villains that are not just mustache twirling. I'm just gonna do evil because you know, I'm evil. Demetra Flass has been messing with the town of Hillsfar the entire trilogy. She's an illusionist, and illusionists in D&D have the ability to make their illusions real. And so she's just been a pain in your side the entire trilogy, and then you get an opportunity to negotiate with her. And she's like, hey, look, if you help me out, I'm going to try and use the Tarrasque or whatever it is to kill Saz Tam. And it's like, I don't know if I want to trust you with the Tarrasque, but that sounds kind of cool. I don't know. And so, and so it's really almost an open-ended negotiation. Like, I like putting players into situations where I don't know what the answer is. You know, just like, here's the situation. You could fight her, you could negotiate with her. I don't know. Here's kind of what she wants, and then the players try to negotiate a way out, or fight her, or what. And so, you know, I just dig those situations because players always find a way out. You know, and even if I don't know what the answer is, you know, I just say, here's her goals, and here's the kind of things that she would offer, and things like that, and then they can negotiate or fight with her. And I really enjoy villains that are like that, you know, have a head and will make deals and things like that. So
yeah, I'm sort of the same. I think that villains that you can sort of reconcile their motivations. It's like, are they a villain in their own mind? Because nobody's a villain in their own story, and it's always easier to reconcile that idea if their reason for undertaking their evil plot makes sense from a certain point of view. So I think that's a great way to do it.
And that general idea, that theme of people are at different ends, and they're all attempting to manipulate the kaiju to perform something in the real world, to do something in the real world they're not capable of. That runs all the way through, particularly the Godzilla series. It's very present from the earliest all the way through the most recent movies. So it's really cool that you found a way to work that sort of politic into the game, where they're coming to see the kaiju, but they're going to stay because the story's there, the story's deep.
Yeah, 100%. And for one, I kind of want to say yes to whoever asks me. And if somebody says, I would like to drop a Trask times 10 onto Zastam, I am in. And if that's your next adventure, like, I'm in.
It's in the module.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, what happens if you give it to her is in the module. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm down. All right. Thank you very much for joining us. Time once again is our enemy, and we have more friends joining us. So thanks again. It sounds amazing. For those of you watching, please pick up the Kaiju Chronicles individual parts if you just want Voltron to fight Godzilla, or the entire trilogy, which is also available in DM's Guild. Pick it up, enjoy. It is super fun.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, you guys.
Thanks so much.
Thanks very much, Bill.
See you.
Alrighty. So up next is Richard. He is ready to join us.
It's gonna feel like morning again in a moment.
Yeah.
I mentioned at the beginning of the thing that we're gonna have folks from 4 continents joining us. I think this is the 4th one now. Hi there, Richard.
Hi, everyone. Yes, I'm joining you from Melbourne, Australia, way down south. And it's great to be here. Nice to see you all. Hi.
What time is it there?
Oh, it's very civilized 6:36
a.m.
It's
Yeah,
tomorrow.
yeah.
Well, thanks for spending
It
your
is
Sunday
Sunday.
morning with us.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's great to be. Yeah.
Yeah, so thanks very much for joining us. I think we've already done a little bit of an introduction, but tell us about yourself, and maybe a little bit about the AL scene where you are in Australia, because I know you help with organizing events. I saw a post of one of the events that's coming up. So tell us a little bit about that before we dive into the module.
Sure. Yeah, so I'm Richard Hayward. I'm 51 years old. I live in Melbourne, Australia, as I said. I am a medium-sized humanoid with AC 10, hit points 1. No. I've been playing in Adventurers League since the start of 2019. And it's I've joined the group here in Melbourne called MDDAL, Melbourne D&D Adventurers League. There's a group of admins there that run that group, and they do a great job. They participate in a lot of events. They run epics, and in fact, yes, this weekend they are running an epic, the Knucklehead Rally. So they'll be on in a couple of hours' time. Well, a bit later on this afternoon here in Melbourne time. And yesterday, I ran a new adventure that I'm writing at DC on the first day of the event. So I had 6 players in that game, and it was a lot of fun. Great opportunity to write more adventures with this new format. I guess the CCC program, I had the opportunity to write this CCC, the Sunken Sepulchre, and that was amazing. That our group, the MDDAL group in Melbourne, kind of got a few CCCs together. We now have 4 published, which have all been published this year on DM's Guild. and yeah, I was lucky enough to be one of those writers.
How do you? So you said you're working on a DC module, and obviously we're here to talk about your CC module, the Sunken Sepulchre that just came out. How are you finding writing between the two systems? How would you say they differ for your workflow as a creator?
Yeah, well, I had a 2 hour a 2 hour kind of preset adventure seed for the CCC. Those were you could choose from a list that came out last year, 2019, and you got to pick a basic kind of intro and a magic item, and which is a continuing theme with these DC adventures. And I think it's a great thing to have that kind of it's a starting point, but it's also a something to write against. It's like it gives you a little bit of a challenge to try and fit your story into those adventure seeds. I think the amazing thing about season 10 and the Dungeon Craft adventures is that you're into this whole world of Icewind Dale. You've got the Plague of the Ancients kind of storyline. The Rime of the Frost Maiden is a massive thing, a story, a really big story aspect to include in your adventures. And I think that is really great. And I love that whole idea of being able to be part of that storyline. So I'm really excited for these DCC adventures.
Great.
Yeah.
Cool. So let's dive into the Sunken Sepulchre.
Okay.
It is, of all things, a Netherese crypt.
Yes, that's
Tell us
right.
more.
So, okay, yeah. So it's a tier 1 adventure. It's a 2 hour time slot. You can pick it up and run it on like a weeknight AL game. You can stretch it out to maybe 3 hours. Give yourselves a bit of time to get into the story and so on. I think that basically, well, one of the things is that the adventure contains the word sunken, but there is in fact no water, ocean, pool, or anything in here. Despite that, several players have turned up with their Locathar and Tritons expecting to be able to jump into the water. And I just have to say, there is no water here. There's no pool. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Let's trick people. Let's do it. Stop metagaming your items. Goddamn.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's basic. The idea is that the party is traveling together from Thentia to Halberg along the north coast of the Moonsea. And you kind of get thrown into the story. There's no real intro. As you're traveling, you run into this group of dwarves who are having a really hard time. They're really kind of desperate, and because they're in a situation they can't handle, they have run into this Netherese crypt just by kind of accident. They're into some shady business, these dwarves. They're kind of being undwarvish like. They're not very brave. And they're in need of help. And of course, you have the adventurers who have turned up, and who are your party of adventurers. They're ready for anything, and they are here to help out these dwarves as they have uncovered some nasty surprises in the Netherese crypt.
Very cool.
Yeah.
One of the things that I really enjoyed when I was reading through your adventure is there's a part, and I don't want to spoil it too much, so I'll leave it to you to decide how much you say about it or what you say. But there is some statues of some gods, and there is a lot of lore tied into them, which I thought was done in a very sort of interesting and informative way. Do you want to talk about that a little bit, maybe?
Yeah, sure. So you'll when you get the adventure, you'll get some art, which is produced by our map designer, Cassie Lafferty from Wistful Empire. Contains these drawings of the statues on the map, and the players get to experience a little bit of lore here, and it's a little bit of Forgotten Realms kind of history going on, because the Netherese is from a different time when gods were a little different, and in fact they go through transformations across the centuries. And so you don't need to know any lore to play the game, but you're going to get a little bit of an introduction into some of these particular gods, and you're going to get to know a little bit about the god or the goddess Mistral, who is the former sort of version of Mystra, the goddess of magic. So there is a lot of magic going on here, as the Netherese were into that kind of stuff, and you get an opportunity just to dive in a little bit, which I think sometimes it's nice to do that, just to learn a little bit of that lore, and whether you may have a cleric in your group who maybe worships one of these deities, and that's kind of exciting for them. They can get to kind of extend their, or draw out their story background for their character.
Yeah, I think it's great that you included lore in your adventure as a central point. One of the messages that I'm really big on sending to authors is that lore equals immersion. Anything you can do to make the real world happen around the characters vibrantly, so that the characters can then engage with those elements, it's going to help with your storytelling. What is it about the Mistral myth that you're like, wow, I need to include that? I'm familiar with it, but for people who aren't familiar with it or might be newer to Forgotten Realms, what is it to you that says, yes, this is the myth I want to include?
Yeah, I think the whole thing with Mystra and the Weave kind of brings in the characters into understanding what magic means in the world, and going back in history, talking about the Netherese, how there was this situation where a certain event happened called Casus Folly, when the Netherese kind of bit off too much, more than they could chew. They got really greedy, and they wanted to grab hold of just way too much magic, and it was Mistral who stepped in to save the day at that point, because otherwise, who knows what might have happened. But in doing so, she did sacrifice herself. So yeah, I think it's a really dramatic story. The Netherese Empire was a big part of the history, but it's gone now, and what we see around in the realms are the fragments, the ruins, the kind of whispers of their history that still echo around. Yeah.
Very cool. I have some friends, Jeremy, who are really into the Netherese. Jeremy is one of our moderators today, so he's probably typing, tossing insults at the Red Wizard in chat on behalf of his Netherese character this very moment. He's like, no, Folly, what are you talking about? We're meant to rule the world. So I know a lot of people enjoy the Netherese lore and the stuff about magic for sure. So the adventure, it's a little bit of a dungeon crawl, right? Like you're going into a place. I wanted to ask you, so how do you approach creating what's essentially a dungeon? Do you start with, I'm going to have a dungeon, or do you start with something else? And like, how do you what's your design process essentially?
Yeah, so the design process for this adventure started off at PAX Australia. 2019. I was in the merch line for 20 minutes, and I wanted to capture that gritty horror of waiting in that line while you have the League of Legends band marching past, blaring at you. So yeah, it's really about saying, players get sort of accustomed to being able to do everything. Well, let's try and make it a little bit scary. Introduce some kind of factor which is challenging, and so makes them stop and think in terms of that confrontation or that conflict. And in this case, there are monsters in there which are going to challenge the tier 1 players, and there it's a kind of an escape room situation where players really need to work out what is going on, what is going to enable them to get out of that situation, and to move on. I think, yeah, it's at the core of it, it's about challenging conflict.
So, you said, did I hear you correctly that you said you started playing Adventures League in 2019?
Yeah.
And you started crafting the module in 2019. So what made you say, I love that? Like, what was the catalyst? I love this so much. I'm now in it. Like, what happened there? What's the story behind that?
Oh, wow. That's a great question. Okay. So I think, I think that, I first got into, my first interaction with the Melbourne group was at the conference in the event in January, which is called Arcanicon. And in fact, I used to attend that event when I was a teenager as well. So, but I kind of had a long break between playing as a student and returning more recently.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that it's hard to, I think when I got to Arcanicon 2019, I got the chance to meet some of the DMs there and just really jump into some great storylines. I think one of the adventures, well, we played a couple of adventures there in the in Anthony Joyce's Heir of Orcus storyline, and that was really something to spark the imagination. And I guess just having the opportunity to play each week with the other players through the group in Melbourne, the DMs and players, really, I think it's the model of Adventurers League is all about meeting new people, but also from those new people that you meet, you get to make friends, and so those are the people that you look forward to meeting again each week, and you get to talk about the adventures, you experience them, and find out what you really love about them, and you do that together. I think that's the great thing about Adventurers League, and that's what made me want to write for it. I love writing, and it's a lot of fun to be able to see your friends play the adventure that you write. That's the most satisfying thing. I really have enjoyed that very much.
Yeah, we've been doing that all day. So Andrew and I can attest that that's something we love as well. So thanks so much for joining us. We really appreciate learning about your module, and I've been so invested in the conversation. I haven't flashed through the maps. Laggard that I am.
Oh.
So we did put a lot of effort into these maps. So before we head into our break, I do want to show everybody how beautiful the maps are in this module, because why don't you tell us a little bit about the process? We don't have too much time, but I do want to show them.
So I mentioned Cassie, our the map designer on this project. She was actually one of the enforcers at PAX Australia 2019, and she was the reason why I was in the merch line. Cassie, I hope you enjoyed those pins that I got for you. So
Awesome. Well, thanks very much for chatting with us, Richard. We really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yep. Cool.
Thanks very much. Really enjoyed reading your mod. I look forward to playing it and running it. And thank you very much for getting up super early to join us. Really appreciate that. And yeah, for those of you out there, please pick up the Sunken Sepulcher. There should be a link in your Twitch chat as we speak. And yeah, thanks again, Richard.
All right.
Okay. Thanks, Andrew. Thanks, Jonathan and Gary. Bye.
Bye.
And we will now, but don't go away. We will take our last break, but don't go away, because the two mods we have coming up, our last two mods we're talking about, there's a whale and there's some dogs. And if the name Icewind Whale does not entice you to stay, I don't know what will.
There's nothing that will entice you to stay if Icewind Whale is not on the tip of your tongue right now. So you should just check out now.
Break time. And we're on?
We're on.
I hope.
Yep.
All right. Welcome back to the last, and I assure you, quite exciting 45 minutes of this marathon, which really has been a marathon. I'm so excited that everybody showed up, and I'm so excited that we've been talking to all these really cool people. And joining us now is Michelle Churchill, author of Icewind Whale, which at least the co-prize for the best titled adventure in this stream. I don't know. We have bees and goats and whales and dogs. It's everything that modern D&D is. But Michelle, hi. We've met before, and I've introduced you to Connor and Gary. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and where you're joining us from?
I'm Michelle Churchill. I am the one you can blame for Icewind Whale, although the title you can blame on my husband. I'm joining you from Newfoundland, Labrador, Canada, so yet another Canadian on this stream. Yes. But it is what it is. Yeah, so it's mid-afternoon over here. And yeah, so Icewind Whale is a 2-hour tier 1 dungeon craft adventure. It's my first dungeon craft adventure and my first Adventures League legal game, so that's cool. It was super exciting for me. So it was really, yeah, thank you. So I was really excited when Dungeon Craft came out, because it opened it up for more of us folks from kind of like smaller places that don't really have necessarily these big conventions and big Adventures League communities to be able to write stuff, which was super awesome and super fun. So in my end of the woods, we have some Adventures League happening. The crowd over at Sandbox Gaming have done a great job of fostering up some Adventures League. So I was very lucky that I got to volunteer there for a while before we had to transition to online play. Yeah. So that's kind of where I cut my teeth on Adventures League games. And I was kind of like, I want to do something with this. How do I do this? Like, what do I do? We have very small cons. We probably only have our Adventures League tables. We were a very enthusiastic bunch, but we probably maxed out at 4 tables, or 3 or 4 tables. So not really a big group of us. It was like more like a nice little group of regulars. So I was like, well, how am I going to get into this? And then Dungeon Craft was announced, and I was like, I know what I'm going to do. And I knew exactly what I wanted to do as soon as I saw that list of approved creatures that you could work with, which is kind of a nice little toolbox that you can play around with. And as soon as I saw a whale listed there, I was like, I want to write about a whale.
That's fantastic. And I know, because I was fortunate enough to actually playtest your adventure when you first ran it on the Unite Faction server. And you told me why you were excited to write about the whale. Is that a story you want to share with us?
Yeah, I'll share it. So, so myself and actually my editor as well, some of our first jobs
we're working with a local group here in Newfoundland Labrador called Whale Release and Stranding. So their job is to work with fishers and local communities, and if a whale gets entangled in fishing gear or strands live on the beach, they actually send out volunteers and people that are trained to detangle the whales from the gear with the help of the local fish harvesters, or they work with communities to try to rescue live stranded whales. And sometimes, unfortunately, stranded whales don't make it. And sometimes they would also work with researchers and do what's called a necropsy, which is an animal autopsy. And as a summer student, I didn't really get to do a lot of the super fun stuff because I'm not a marine biologist. I tend to fall down a lot. And as students, they didn't really want us doing the super dangerous things. But we got to teach a lot of people about whales. We got to answer the whale phone, which was super exciting. And we got to, yes, it was called the whale phone. And we felt very like Batman every time it rang. We're like, the whale phone is getting, let's go get it. It was very exciting. And we also got to prepare some specimens for display. So we got to, I spent many birthdays covered in whale bits, cleaning bones for displays, which is super fun. And probably the best day of that summer, a couple summers I worked there, was there was a big sperm whale that had died, sadly, and they were going to do a necropsy on it. So I got to go and take some pictures and help out a little bit. And I just kind of ended up just standing in like piles of whale guts. It was the smelliest, most disgusting, weirdest experience of my life. And I just was like, as soon as I saw a sperm whale on this list, I was like, everybody else needs to experience this in some shape or form in a D&D game.
Perfect. So tell us about the setup for Icewind Whale.
Okay.
What's going on?
Yeah, so I wanted to do something. So when I play, I like to play, it's really fun as characters to kind of go on these big epic quests and deal with these big terrible villains and things like that. But it's also like I find it really fun to kind of do what I would call more mundane adventures where you're just in the world existing, doing your own kind of thing, being a part of it. So there isn't really a villain in Icewind Whale. The whole premise of it is that you've been hired by this family that they work on the Sea of Moving Ice. They harvest fish and whales and so on and so forth. And it uses the Breaking Isolation adventure seed, which has a break in ice, in our case, has happened. And this whale died in the Sea of Moving Ice of just because. And it was trapped in ice. And now it's broken up and it's freed so it can be accessible. And this group of people want to go out and try to harvest as much of the blubber and as much as the resources off of that to use. And whales are massive creatures. You can't just do it with a small group of people. You need to hire lots and lots of people to help you. So as Tier 1 adventurers, you've all been hired to come along and help with this monumental task of rendering this whale's oil into blubber and just kind of harvesting as much as you can so that the folks in the 10 towns can have food and oil and things to trade and kind of, make do with this extra long winter. So lots of different things happen. You end up, encountering various wildlife that also have a lot of interest in this whale. You encounter some interesting things that perhaps the whale has eaten. And there's just lots of different kind of challenges. So one of the things that I encourage DMs to ask their characters first off the bat is how much does your character weigh, which is something that I don't really pay a lot of attention to when I'm creating a character. So it may take you a little while if you're running this to kind of set that up because there's a lot of thin ice listed there. So we play around a lot with that thin ice mechanic that is featured both in the Dungeons Master's Guide and Rime of the Frost Maiden. It can be found in both of those, and I explain it a little bit in the module just so you can DMs can kind of get an idea of what they're working with. So there's a lot of opportunities for characters to kind of slip off ice and fall into the water. A lot of opportunities for folks to slip as they're harvesting the whale because whales are quite gross and slippery when they are dead. And there's lots of different mishaps and strange things that they can encounter and do. It's a lot of very smelly fun. And as I warn people, I don't know if any amount of prestidigitation is ever going to get the smell out.
So we've been doing a sort of sporadically, because we haven't had a lot of time for it, but we've been doing this set the scene segment. And so is there a scene you want to set for us if we were players in your game? Yes. And we could roll a couple of dice for you maybe?
Yes, I've got a very short scene and I talk super fast, so we can probably get it done really quick. So I'm gonna kind of head to episode 3. So what has happened, just to set the scene for everybody. So the characters have come to the whale. They have spent all day long working really hard harvesting. They've been, cutting these 100-pound chunks off the whale and moving it from one end of the ice to the other end. It's a lot of very backbreaking, exhausting work. They've encountered some creatures that have also expressed interest in eating the whale. They've had to deal with that. They've had to deal with other things that have popped up, had a little bit of a rest, had a little bit of a snack, and now it's time for a little bit of fun. So sperm whales occasionally have what's called ambergris inside. It's this kind of waxy, disgusting substance that can be sometimes found in their digestive tract. And it's gross and icky. However, it's worth a lot of money if you are in the perfume business. So Marielle and Carter, the sort of head of this expedition, she's hoping that there will be some ambergris here, because that ambergris is the difference between surviving this extended winter in Icewind Dale and coming out of it with something. She can sell it to Waterdeep. She could perhaps get her family out of the 10 towns. This is if she can find some, this is a big deal. So she approaches all of you after you've had your rest, and she says, "Now, my doggies, I got this scroll here for the first person who can find the biggest piece of ambergris in that there whale." And she points over to this whale that has been mostly cut into. It's the area you need to search has been exposed. And she says, "I will give you it to the count of 3, and you can have at it. And the first person who can find the biggest piece wins." So what I would have the Dungeon Master do then, for anyone who is looking at running it, is I would have them ask everyone in the party, what skill set or what would you like to do to search? What is your plan of attack? So I will ask all of you, what is your plan of attack?
Can I watch everybody else do it and then share in their victory? That's my plan.
Well, you can, but you won't win the prize.
Oh man. Okay. I'm gonna use my immense skills of nature knowledge to try and do it in the way that is gonna get me the less gross.
Okay. And any other checks that are gonna be made?
Yeah, I'm gonna do it sleight of hand so that I don't accidentally snip a bowel or something.
Okay.
Because that would be gross.
That sounds like a plan. All right, everybody else, what is your plans of attack?
Well, as the mentalist of the group, I will concentrate on this bottle of perfume I have and see if I, through it, use the sympathies of this between the ambergris that exists in my perfume bottle and where the ambergris is in this beast. See if I can find it. Meaning in character, I'm casting locate object.
Okay. Now, it isn't technically an object. It is a biological matter, but I will allow it because it's a stream, and I'm not going to not allow it because that sounds like fun. Andrew, what do you want to do to try to find it?
Okay. My character for today is my winged kobold, Taldrax, who is a bard. So he's gonna lift himself on his little wings up in the air, and he's gonna pull out his lute, and he's gonna play a really dramatic string, which I can't really do because I have no musical talent whatsoever. And he's gonna play it, and then he's gonna suddenly sheath the lute, and while there's still that kind of buzz of the last string note in the air, he's gonna fly straight into the whale and just search around.
Okay.
He's hoping to get deeper than everybody else can, kind of a corkscrew.
And as he's doing that, Flip is going to say, "Don't trip," and cutting words his next check.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh
Somebody's
dear.
taking this competition
Oh
serious.
dear, this is a very serious competition. Okay, so as you approach the whale, all of you, as you have your, you've got your plans. There are other members of the crew who are also searching, so you've got them to contend with as well. But they're commoners. I'm sure you are brave adventurers, and I'm sure you will do better. So as you approach, the ground has become quite slippery and smelly and disgusting from all the whale fat and bits and pieces that are spread out on this ice. So I need everyone to make me a dexterity saving throw, please, as you walk closer or land upon the whale in order to search.
Oh, this is gonna be terrible.
Pretty good. I got 14.
Oh, hey, 16 plus.
And I'm going to use my telekinetic abilities to give me a little shove off of this ice. Is it possible to roll with advantage?
Sure.
Okay. Because I'm going to need it. Has a 14.
Okay, the DC was 15. So one of you is fine. The other two, not so much. So the following happens. So at this point, DMs, you'd be rolling a D4 or having your characters roll a D4, but I'm just going to pick my favorites. So Jonathan, your character, as you're doing your, trying to do your spell and trying to find this object and holding up your perfume, you step into a mess of squid beaks. Squid beaks are the hard part of the inside of a squid, and whale stomachs are filled with them if they eat squid. And sperm whales eat a lot of squid beaks, and sperm whales love to eat giant squid. So some of these squid beaks are quite large. So as you step upon them, there are 6 in this area that are quite sharp, and they're acting as caltrops. So you take 6 damage, and your speed is, you know what it is.
Ooh.
It's not doing so good. Oh dear, Andrew, your dear kobold, as they kind of fly headlong into the belly of the whale, you are momentarily blinded by its innards.
Yeah. I saw that coming.
All right, so all of you may make the check of your choice that you have previously decided upon, and let me know what number you get. And Jonathan, where you're doing a spell, I'll also have you roll a d20 and tell me what you get.
Oh ho ho.
Okay.
Flip got 22 on knowledge nature.
22, Andrew, that was a 6?
Yeah, that was a 6.
Six.
That was not the corkscrew, because I lost sight. I just splattered into the side of the whale.
Six.
It was not good.
6 minus 2. Flip.
Oh boy. All right, and Jonathan, what number did you get where you are doing your magical spells?
18 with my mentalism.
Beautiful. So I'll just read the text I have here. So if folks get a 17 or 20 plus, they find a 45 or 50 pound piece of ambergris. Quite nice. For folks who get between a 12 and 16, they find a 10 or 20 piece chunk of ambergris. For those that get between a 5 and 11, they get anywhere from a 0.5 to 1 pound piece of ambergris. So it's smaller, but still considerably good. And anyone who gets 5 or under, they don't find anything, but they find friendship, and that matters. So for the winner, Mary Ellen holds up a spell scroll that she explains, "Now, my loves, I got no real use for this, not being a magical casting sort, but I'm told that these are quite valuable and good to have, so I hope the winner will appreciate it, and it is a spell scroll of frozen fingers."
What?
Nice. Very cool.
I will limp over for my prize.
Yes. And she awards it to you, and it is yours to keep.
That is
Congratulations.
Thank you, Michelle, for doing that. That's super zany, fun. I do want to mention before we have to say goodbye, I do want to ask you about a couple of things. Was it being like your first AL adventure? I know one of the challenges is always, with art and with formatting and all that. Your adventure looks beautiful. It has all this kind of old-timey art. Tell us about the process for getting your adventure to look the way it does.
Okay, so what I did, because I'm not a hexpert or anything like that. I'm not one of them professionals. So I use the Laura's wonderful word template that's available on DM's Guild. I think it's fantastic.
Yep.
It's worth the price of admission there. I use Word, it lays things out really nice. So all I had to do really was change the fonts and change the colors to what I wanted. And there's lots of fonts available on the internet that are free or low cost that you can use for commercial purposes. So that's a great resource out there, just finding things that match. And the art I found was I just looked around and found as much interesting looking public domain art. So I wanted that kind of feel like that very like 18th century kind of like whales and like old whaling books, kind of Swiss Family Robinson kind of, and the cover is actually an old illustration from a Swiss Family Robinson book. So it's kind of got that old time whale on land imagery that I wanted. So, and lots of really nice pictures of different wildlife. I even found a public domain image of squid beaks to explain to people what they are, which amused my editor to no end, because when we worked together that summer, one of the things we had to do for summer camp kids was explain what squid beaks were over and over and over again. So she was very excited that we're now explaining to the world of Dungeons and Dragons what squid beaks are. But yeah, there's a lot of public domain art available that's older. You just got to kind of look into it and kind of make sure that it's available for public use and for commercial use, because that's what you're using it for if you're publishing it on DM's Guild and things like that. But that's a great resource if you're kind of starting out and don't really have access to a lot of custom art. There's also a lot of art available on DM's Guild and on DriveThruRPG that people can use either at no cost or low cost. So those are great resources for new folks that are just getting started and are kind of like, how am I going to make my art or make my piece stand out with all these beautiful things? My budget is nothing. That's how you do it. That's how everybody else does it.
Yeah. And I think you did a great job with that for anybody who is watching, who may be thinking about, well, how do I make my adventure still look professional, even though my budget is nothing? Take a look at Icewind Whale, because I think what really brings it together is that the layout and the font styles and the consistency within the art choices, like, really make it feel like this is the way we would have commissioned this. So really, really well done. And I encourage everybody out there to pick up Icewind Whale, for not just for its name, but for lots of zany fun to be had. It was your season 10 tier 1 characters. It's really great. Thank you, Michelle, for joining us.
Thank you so much
for
having me,
running
everybody.
us through.
Thank you. And I hope everybody has a great weekend wherever they're playing this weekend. Take care and be good to each other. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle.
Okay.
All right. And next,
Kelly is
last but
with
certainly
us.
not least, we're going to have Kelly, who wrote Fun with Faye, amongst other things. Which is not the adventure we're talking about, but was really fun with Faye. And I've played it, and I know it, and I like it. And hey.
Ahoy.
Hi.
You sound
Kelly.
great, Kelly. How are you?
Good. Let me know if there's any echo. I'll plug in headphones.
No, you sound great.
Awesome.
Sounds great. Welcome to Mod Market. We've met. This is Gary. This is Connor. So Kelly Samuelson is the author of They're Good Adventurers, Brent. And she will, for those of you who are not familiar with what that title is about, she will hopefully explain it. But tell us, first of all, where you're from, and introduce yourself, and then maybe tell us what that title is all about.
So I am an Adventure League player and sometimes coordinator and author in the Sacramento, California area. And so I've written a couple modules. This was my second, and I wrote it as part of an event I organized. It was a charity games day benefiting our local shelters, and we called it Fantasy Adopt a Pet. So I tried to run modules that all featured animals or had animal friends that you could adopt. And I decided what I really wanted to do for this module was write a module where the party was helping an NPC who was a dog. And so it's a pretty cute, wholesome module. And the title is inspired by a meme from the We Rate Dogs account.
Okay.
So this is a Twitter account where they post pictures of dogs. They always have ratings that are over 10, so 12 out of 10, 13 out of 10. And a bunch of years ago, a follower of the We Rate Dogs account didn't really like that all the ratings were over 10. And they're like, why can't you just use normal ratings? And the author replied with, they're good dogs, Brent. And so that was the inspiration for the name, was They're Good Adventurers, Brent. And I did actually get permission from the owner of that Twitter account to sort of use his meme in the name.
That's awesome. So aside from a dog NPC, or maybe alongside the dog NPC, what's the adventure generally about? What can people expect?
So my adventure finds our party on some pretty dull caravan duty. There have been some kind of sinister reports in the area that have caused merchants to want to hire adventurers to escort them as they travel over the Dragonspire Mountains. And as the party's traveling, it's a particularly boring day. They're greeted by this dog NPC who very much needs their help. There's a lot of interaction where the dog's trying to get the party to follow them. It leads them into a little bit of a dungeon crawl through a small cave where they're able to rescue some of the dog's friends and maybe run into some pretty sinister and tough enemies. I don't want to give away too much.
No, that's perfect. We were just talking with Richard, who also had written a dungeon crawl, and one of the questions I asked him, and I'd like to ask you, is when you are approaching a dungeon crawl, how does the design process work for you? Are you like, well, I need a dungeon, or do you start with something else? Like, or in this case specifically, how did the dungeon come about?
So I kind of had this idea of a cave that was a leftover lair from a red dragon, is what they are crawling through. And so there's a lot of elemental interactions and traps and things that they can run into. They run into what's left of kind of a picked clean dungeon or dragon horde, and they run into, you know, steaming vents, hot pools of water, different things like that. So I tried to think of what would be in a dragon's lair that would still be left over long after this adult red dragon is gone, and then try and scale that down for a tier 1 party and make sure that there's nothing super dangerous for, you know, level 1 through 4 adventurers.
Very cool. Connor or Gary, any?
Before I ask my question, I have to say I love everything about your story. I have 3 rescue dogs in my home. The Humane Society is close to my heart. I like that you supported a local charity. That's one of the big messages that D8 Summit always sends out, is try to support local charities. They really need those dollars badly. So I love everything about this story, and I'm going to need to buy 5 copies of your adventure and give it out. But I wanted to ask you a question about the NPC writing, NPC writing in particular. So you're writing from the perspective of a dog. What narrative elements do you pull in to make that experience vivid for the players who are playing through your adventure?
That's a tough question to ask. So, and there's a little bit more to the dog at the adventure, and I'm not sure how much I want to give away or not give away. I don't know. What do you guys think?
No, I don't give spoilers if you don't want to give spoilers. I mean, yeah, that's critical. We want people to be able to play through and enjoy it.
Sure. What I can say is my NPC dog definitely is in the business of helping kind of the free woodland animals, and that is sort of who ends up getting into trouble in this module, or some woodland animal friends. And for the dog, as much as they really want to, her name is Dell, and she's a golden retriever, and as much as Dell really wants to help out with things, Dell has kind of taken a vow of not engaging in violence or fighting. So when she goes to seek out adventurers, she needs people who are capable, who can kind of help out with some things, where she can sit on the sideline, let the party members really shine, and have them help her out of a situation. And without giving away major spoilers, Dell is more than the ordinary golden retriever and is probably quite powerful. So that was kind of my NPC creation, and how would this dog sort of navigate and get help from other people.
Very cool. So one thing I did want to mention, you mentioned that this was for an event. That event, you're doing that again this year and you're doing it online. Please plug your event.
Yes, so I am organizing Fantasy Adopt a Pet 2. It is January 16th. Right now it's listed on Warhorn, so you can search for it probably pretty easily. We are again going with the same theme. So we will have modules that fall in one of two categories this year. So there's either season 10 modules, or we're also running, again, any of the modules out there that have the opportunity to gain pets or familiars or interesting animal companions through them. So I'm fundraising it and doing it online using Tiltify. And we have some pretty cool things we're raffling off, including a author-only table with one of our AL admins, Amy Lindezura.
Oh.
So that is one thing I'm hoping that people will get excited about. So to kind of offer up seats to the highest number of people possible, we are selling raffle tickets for $5. You can win a seat at her author-only table. So
Kelly, she is super hyping you up right now in the chat too, on Twitch. So,
really?
Oh yeah.
Well, and I've seen her post and share it on like the Adventurers League Discord, and I'm just really happy that I was able to reach out to her. I know from friends who have played her AO that it's very on brand for what the event offers. But
it's very on brand. I've played it. It's very on brand in so many ways.
I will be honest, as the raffle kind of winds down, it's going to be really hard to not buy a whole pile of raffle tickets for myself. Is that a conflict of interest if I, as the event organizer?
It's always one of those where like you buy it and then you're like, well, if I win, everybody's going to think I cheated, even though I didn't. So it's kind of, But
it's definitely one that I want to play in. I've heard about it from friends, and if I don't get this opportunity now, I'll have to find another one down the road. So
yeah, well, I've seen her run it quite a bit, and you know, and online, including online, as she's doing for your event. But it's really cool. Was there anything else you wanted to share with us about the adventure? You had some cool maps, I think, yes?
I do have some very cool maps. So a longtime friend and DM of mine, his name, he goes by Alki on the Discord servers. So people who have played in some of the bigger Discord servers probably recognize him. But he DMs weekly games I play in, and he happens to be quite talented as a map designer. And he built maps for this module. So there are the maps that are in the module itself, and then he also built maps that are pre-made and ready to use on Roll20. So those are just amazing, beautiful. They come with instructions in the map pack on how to set them up and get them into your Roll20 games.
Wow. Cool.
And mind you, this module premiered in February before everything kind of got locked down and the pandemic happened. So it just made that transition to where everyone's doing a lot more online play a lot easier, because I had this collaboration with my friend who does a lot of online DMing. And yeah, just if you get a chance to buy the module and check this out, I highly recommend it. And I have a couple more modules that trying to get out before the end of the month to meet some kind of deadlines, and he has been designing maps for those as well. So
amazing.
Very cool. I hear you're not the only one trying to do that with the last minute modules. But yeah, please pick up Kelly's adventure. And your first adventure fun was Faye. Is a really fun adventure as well. I played that one and enjoyed it. So for those of you watching, check if you're looking for some tier 3 fun with Faye. Like it very clearly tells you what you're getting with that mod. Like
yes, it's very
the summary.
It's very shenanigan-y. I will tell you, one of the modules I am trying to get out and published to meet some deadlines is a Pippi app module that is a sequel to Fun with Faye.
Oh boy.
Called Faye in Hell. And I hope I was able to maintain the same level of shenanigans that came in the first one, but that should be coming out soon. It's ready to go. I just got to send some emails to our fabulous resource team and
Cool.
things up on the DMs Guild, and yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, hopefully that works out. Gary O'Connor, any questions for Kelly before we?
Well, I think lots of people are excited about Faye and Hell, so definitely want to get that out before the end of the year. And you can buy their Good Adventures, Brent, for $1 off. Use the link that's been posted in the chat and do support this great cause that she's working to help. So,
thanks very much for joining us, Kelly, and
thanks for having me.
we appreciate you coming on, and we hope your event goes well and that folks pick up your adventure. And I look forward to playing it at some point myself.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you for putting all this together and just featuring authors. It's wonderful. I know for me, I do this out of like a love for the game and a love for Adventurers League, and it's nice to get some recognition and hopefully have some people buy some modules and fund the hobby and stuff like that. All right.
Thanks,
Kelly. I don't want to say anything more because that was like the ultimate wrap up. But we do have a couple of more things. I want to bye, Kelly. I want to thank everybody for watching. Before I sign off, I kind of want to give my wonderful guest host Connor a chance to mention something, because it's a really good tie into what Kelly was saying about getting some adventures on. Do you want to tell us about the?
Okay, I have been working on a project for some time. I really appreciate what Kelly's doing, raising money for quality local charities. I have one more adventure coming out for the CCC program. It should be in right under the buzzer, meaning you should be able to get it on the 30th of December, which is the last possible day it can go out there. And it is also a Pip Yap adventure. It was purchased. Actually, somebody donated a significant amount of money to the homeless for me to write this adventure for them, and they said they wanted this adventure to get out to the public. And it is a tier 3 adventure set in hell. And it's very much on point for what's going on today in gaming. It deals with the idea that orcs, which have been much maligned and often have been vehicles for perpetrating racist ideas, whether people realize that or not, giving them representation in Forgotten Realms and Adventurers League that they deserve. And so it's themed on that. It's got hell, it's got modrons, it's got a factory that you have to trash, and it has a presence of a figure behind it. This is art by a talented BIMPOC artist, Daniel Cunha from Brazil. The team is amazing. Every member of the team comes from a minority population. There are 2 sensitivity writers involved. Like it's been a huge project to get it out there. And I want you to have fun, trash a factory, play with modrons, and stop something really awful from happening. So that'll be out on the 30th. It's called King Obold's Fist. King Obold's Fist. So look for it. Follow me on Twitter, and you'll know about it as the details continue coming out.
Yep. Follow Connor on Twitter. Yeah, he's not a quitter, but we'll be okay. Gary, any sign off for you?
Yeah, thanks everybody for watching. This has been really great to learn and meet some of the authors who are making some great content for people to play in Dungeons & Dragons Adventures League. We're happy to produce it here over at Fort Nerd, and Andrew, thanks for getting this done. And if you, I know I saw a couple notes in the stream about doing it again. If you do want to do it again, tag Andrew and tag myself and let us know. And that's something we can definitely talk about in the future. Thank you to everybody who joined us, our special guests, Connor and Amy and Ginny, who gave some really insightful questions to the authors to provide context for what it's like to be a writer and the adventure development process. So,
all right, guess leaves me. I'm Andrew. Thank you very much for watching. I do want to mention that United Factions will be hosting also a CCC related event in mid-January called Dead Winter Conclave, where we invite CCC authors or any AL legal authors, DC, etc., to run their adventures online for others over the course of a weekend. If you folks you saw here today will be joining us, I will be running some stuff and perhaps others as well. And thank you very much for watching. Please buy the adventures by these amazing authors. And now I will throw last pencil.